to different organizations to come under us.
So just to let you guys know, we're streaming live
right now.
Yeah. So did everybody get the agenda?
I didn't get the agenda.
You meant the lineup?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. When did you send it?
I thought I sent it to you last night or the day before.
Let me
Well,
check. I see. You can send it to me on Facebook.
Yeah, I'm looking it up myself. Once I get it, I'm gonna send it right to you.
Okay.
And before I'll be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom.
Over me. Oh. I'll be buried in my grave to and be free. Come on, y'all. No more. Over me, for I'm here free. I'll be buried
in my grave.
And be free, and be free. We got French Love in the house. French Leave, I apologize. And be free. Wow.
And we've been talking about
So many beautiful things about our culture.
we can't quit.
So many beautiful sounds. Art, visual art. Come on.
One more. Now we are making a new thing for ourselves. We're tired of beating our head against the wall, working for someone else. We are a new thing for ourselves. Our heads against the wall, working for someone else. That's what I'm right here. Now, we'll be alone. Rather die on our feet, living on our knees.
Sound is very different. It's coming through. I just want to make sure it's working.
Hey, can everybody hear the music?
It's very calm.
I hear something, but it doesn't sound necessarily like music. It's just like talking.
Okay. I mean, right now, were you guys able to hear it when it was playing?
Yeah, before I was, yes.
Okay, yeah, there's nothing playing right now.
Okay. Now it sounds like you're muted. I don't know if you're.
Yeah, I was talking to my roommate. So I'm trying to get everything, make sure everything's set up by 6:30.
Did you send over the agenda?
I'm working on that right now, Sticks.
Okay, thanks.
Your voice was warm.
All right, I sent in the chat. Can you see it?
On the chat.
Yeah. And I'll send it to your email right now.
Okay. International Black History Celebration. What comes in it? First.
I was born in a little tent. Oh, and just like the river I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes, it will. It's been too hard, but I'm afraid to die. I don't know what's up there beyond the sky. It's been a long time coming, but I know change won't come. Oh, yes it will. I go to the movie and I know time Somebody keep telling me don't hang around. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes it will. Then I go to my brother and I say, brother, help me please. But he winds up knocking me back down on my knees. Oh, there've been circumstances I couldn't last for long. Now I think I'm able to carry on. It's been a long time coming, but I know change won't come. Oh, yes it will. Yo, ATF, RGIC, Mokumi DC, Red Bank Africa, para Pitake, the Pake, some of the fucking Sake, Mokumano Land, Jamakus, Motherland, go out, come for the walking new outland, escape, you get back, you got back, Africa, for us around the world. So come to Prahe, you will be a sort of bawal. You will go one law, Peter one law, to America, one law to Europa, Africa, America, Europe, one law. When you put it back, you want, you better live on better. When you put it back, you love, you better live on both. One law, book, when the book of Jama Salam. Yo, Alexa, get them correct, African, jungle and story, just some kind of vibes, get to the city, medication vibes, the spirit from the art, now you have to read the buzz in IT, even the black color, Jupiter, Kaya, and how life is free. Get off, get a gun, set up a fake block, something from the on, you don't follow by your thrown book, tell a job. Hello everyone, it's time to say hi to people. Look at them.
All right. Yo, Maurice, I'm in the building.
Welcome, thank you for coming.
Nah, no problem. I apologize. It's just a new platform, and I had to download WebEx, and you know, I apologize, but I was
No,
coming.
that's cool. That's cool. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here.
I'm in the building. It's good to see you.
Likewise, thank you, man. It means a lot that you're all here. Thank you, Senator Gomez, Stephen Six Josie, French Leave, Joan Gardner, Nikki Coakley, M. Ed, Blessings Divine. Oh, Joan's on twice. Judy Holmes, Thank you all so much. We're gonna get started at 6:30. That is when the panel discussion will start. If y'all looking in the chat, I'm gonna send it again. If y'all look in the chat, you will see the lineup. Just to let you all know, we are live right now. So I'm gonna mute everybody right now because what happens, and I need to understand this so everybody understands what's going on. When you're unmuted and someone else is speaking, it echoes. Also, when someone else is speaking, if you're unmuted, it'll show your face and not theirs while they're speaking. So whenever you're done speaking, please put your microphone on mute so that whoever is speaking or performing, they can be seen, so on and so forth. Any questions? If you have any questions, make sure you unmute yourself so I can hear you. Again, thank you so much. I'm so excited. I don't know if any of y'all were able to at least view some of the performances in Tanzania yesterday. But I've been doing these events since I was at Stick over 20 years ago. And so I embarked on doing an international event. And so out of this event, what I want people to take away is the different shades of Blackness, the different culture that's represented in that Blackness. You know, from Africa to the Caribbean islands to United States of America and wherever else Blackness have gone and presents itself. I want people to walk away knowing that we can control the narrative of our lives. I want people to walk away knowing that we are empowered, and as much trauma that that our ancestors experienced in this country and we experienced through modern oppression, healing is possible. And one way to do that is through culture, and through community connections and organizing, and people such as Sticks and French Leave and Nicole, who constantly gives back. And I mention them because I know them very well as Blessings Divine, and some of you I'm getting to know, Judy, and apparently Joanne, who's here tonight. That giving back and connecting with people, creates a path towards healing. And so thank you all very much. I really appreciate that. We are live right now. I'll be playing more music. And so I know some of y'all are nervous. I'm nervous. Which I was told, if you're nervous, it's a good thing because it can be motivation to perform better. If you're not nervous, you're not worried, and you're not thinking about what you're doing. So that's what I heard. So I'm always nervous. So anyway, this next track is Coltrane.
Hey, Maurice, I sent you a little message on the inbox in your FB. If you could take a look at it real quick.
Okay. All right, there's a little switch up. Senator Gomez has to be at another location. So we're gonna I'm gonna switch places between Adam and Nicole. Are you okay with that, Nicole? Okay. So Adam, you're gonna go first. And Adam's presentation is a testimony of what our activism, political activism, can do. 20 years ago, I worked on with so many other people, voter registration and ward representation. Ward representation, what we wanted to do was make ground so that people in Black and Latino communities could become city councilors. So in 2021 or 2020, 2019, we saw that Adam was there, Senator Gomez was there. We saw that Marcus Williams was there, Orlando, and so many others who represent look like us. And so Senator Gomez's represents that work. You know, when people say, "Oh, our votes don't matter," you know, it doesn't matter if we're involved in politics or not. I disagree with that. Senator Gomez's presence tonight validates that yes, our involvement in politics does matter. So thank you, Mr. Gomez. We look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. Do I go on now?
No, it's 6:30.
Oh, all right, no problem. I thought you gave me some crazy introduction. I was like, is that
Oh,
my
no,
cue?
wait till I give you an introduction.
No, no worries. I'm right here plugged out. So just let I'm 6:30 on the dot. All right, we're good.
All right, cool. Well, I'd like to welcome everybody to the first annual International Black History Celebration. My name is Maurice Sofati Taylor, and it's a pleasure to have you with us tonight. Last night, we had a presentation out of Senegal. It's amazing. That was sponsored by Bafima, an Alliance on Women, Children, and Youth Survival. Tonight, we have an amazing lineup of artists and performers. You're going to see, you're going to hear some things. You're going to hear some things that will make you walk away feeling empowered and enlightened. And so I would like to welcome you many times. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to hear from the panelists. We're going to have Senator Adam Gomez. We're going to have Ayanna Crawford. We're going to have Nicole Coakley. We're going to have Bonita Oliver, that I love to refer to as French Leave. And I'm going to ask her to explain that so you all know, because when I heard about it, I was like, what? Are you kidding me? French Leave will be performing for us the Black National Anthem. We have the man himself, Stephen Stick Josie, movie and music producer. And you have myself, who will be hosting and facilitating the panel discussion, after which we have a whole host of artists. So ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to bring to you French Leave, Bonita Oliver, performing the National Black Anthem. And I ask you all to please stand for the National Black Anthem.
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. Ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the hope that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the faith that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of our new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won. Thank you. And thank you, Maurice, for this event, for bringing us all together from everywhere and across the globe. I really appreciate the work that you're doing for our community, and I raise you up, and I celebrate you for hosting this event.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I cannot remain silent, and there's no disrespect to anyone, but I look forward to the day that we can play the national anthem, the American national anthem, where it's not tied to any oppression of Black people. The third stanzas of the national anthem talks about slavery, and in the way it talks about the slave who chose to escape slavery, and the way they talk about it promotes the killing of slaves. And so I, in good conscience, cannot play the American national anthem. It's no disrespect, but it's to honor the freedom of our people and to promote the idea that we should all be free, and the national anthem should be a song that covers us all. And with that, I would like to move into our panel. The first panel is an amazing person, first of all, just an incredible person. I've always said that if you're going to be a politician, you need to put the work into your community first. And I don't know if you remember Senator Gomez, but we actually sat at DBN before it was a actual radio station. It was you, I, and someone else. And I remembered that the other day. And I was like, holy cow. But I want to introduce you all. I'm going to read his bio real quick. State Senator Adam Gomez, Democrat, Springfield, Hamden District, is a lifelong native of Western Massachusetts. He's a proud Boricuan, a father of three, a former small business owner, and a tireless advocate for veterans and Black and Latino communities. He is also the first Latino from Hamden County to serve in the Massachusetts Senate. His personal beliefs and experiences have driven his years of advocacy work of social justice issues such as criminal justice reform, immigrant rights, education issues, and civil rights. He has served as a member of various boards for local organizations in his district, many which directly serve the Latino community. Senator Gomez will complete his third term as Springfield City Councilor in December 2021. He proudly serves the Hamden District, consisting of three communities: Springfield, West Springfield, and Chicopee. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to present to you Senator Adam Gomez III.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes,
Can
sir.
you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. Maurice, thank you for that introduction. It gives me great pride and honor to be here with you and all of you celebrating Black History Month, which Black History Month is every single day. Black history is American history. Myself, I was born and raised in the North End. I came up from humble beginnings. I come from a lineage of activism. My grandmother, Afro-Latina from Sabana Grande, used to be all in everything but what they said you shouldn't be paying attention to, I guess, in the country, trying to get people together, people at church, getting involved with issues that were going on the island. And when my father migrated here from Puerto Rico after he married my mother, because my mother was born and raised here in the city of Springfield. My mother's family migrated here. It was one of the first Puerto Rican families to migrate to the North End. There was a street called Bradford. And Bradford, that area where the Memorial Square is kind of isolated, the only reason why you don't know about that street no more is because gentrification came and there was a Black and brown neighborhood there. That's where Buddy Williams and a lot of the Black community used to live in the North End before they had migrated from Worcester kind of into Mason Square. So that's why you see like Plainfield, where I grew up, there's a lot of black and brown people that still are represented. What I think they used to call it like Riverview or something, and now it's Plainfield, Brightwood. But moreover, I graduated from the high school of science and technology. I played 5A football my whole life. If it wasn't for 5A, up in Mason Square, honestly, that saved my life. And from that onset of going to a magnet school, Harena, I already knew and always respected my black brothers and sisters because my grandmother, my father, and my sisters were from the same hue, right? And people didn't really realize or get the point that we're brothers and sisters in this struggle. And people were asking me once I got elected in 2020 um, as the next state senator and the first Afro Boricua to ever be elected to the state senate in Massachusetts state history. And why I identify as such is because in our struggle in the Caribbean is very very similar. And growing up in the North End and growing up in this day and age, you know, a lot of Latinos, maybe I don't have the immigrant. Puerto Ricans are American citizens, quote unquote, right? Um, we grew up black in America, we grew up oppressed, and if it wasn't for the civil rights leaders and the people that have been pushing it over, we wouldn't have, a lot of these things that are happening in our community when it comes to raising our voices up when it comes to these issues. So my hats always go out to those unspoken heroes that honestly lost their life. We do celebrate a lot of people that are very noteworthy, but then there's a lot of people that, you know, that have been working on the ground, on the grassroots level, has been working to bring our community together. Um, and those folks, I take my hat off to because people have lived and died for one thing that you had brought up, Maurice, was ward representation. My father, many moons ago, was working with Talbert Swan and E. Henry Twiggs, the late E. Henry Twiggs, Michael Ambusi, yourself, Victor Davila, that's on the council now. And we sued the city, right? We wanted to make sure that we can elect our people into a certain position. And I didn't understand as a young man what that work was all about until I became a man. And once we won, there was a home rule petition that the mayor of Springfield at the time was Charles Ryan, and the city council president was Jose Tesado. And that home rule petition went to the state legislature, and we were able to have ward representation. And now in 2021, we have a city council that is majority minority. For the first time this past year, we've always wanted a person of color to become a city council president or win a county seat, but we got to see three beautiful black men, fighting to become the next president of the city council, which I thought was amazing in itself. That we're at a time right now in a crossroads here in Western Massachusetts with electing myself, that black and brown people for the first time came together and elected myself. And I know that right now, we have a lot of great leaders in our community that has sacrificed so much that I know that we're at a turning point where organizing is going to get our voices heard. I started off with Neighbor to Neighbor, fighting criminal justice reform because when I was 17, I was charged with the mandatory minimum, and they wanted to put me under the jail and make an example out of me because all of the advocacy that my father was doing in this city. And from there, we were able to, one, I had to cop out to 2 years probation, and from there, I ended up going to STCC, working at the YMCA, paying for school. Then from there, transferring to Westfield State College, which it wasn't a university at the time, through the urban education program. And I didn't get to finish my degree traditionally, and then I had to go back to stick and still take some classes. And then I became an entrepreneur. I started getting into the film industry a little bit with music and stuff. And then I opened up my own print company because we had to figure out a way to control our own narrative as black and brown people. And I did it with music and poetry. And that's how me and Maurice always kind of clocked in when it came to the media. And where we're at now, like I said, we're at a crossroads that we need each other more than ever, right? We need to be very methodical and strategic. And, in this process, I lost a good brother that was doing this work, working with Brother Johnny, with the Mos 13, working with Talbert Swan, with those, electing people, and holding people accountable. And I lost Jafet Robles, the last the gentleman Jafet Robles was a revolutionary, a very kindred spirit. Me and him, wherever he was, I was, and if it was indigenous rights, if it was immigrant rights, civil rights, we were locked in tune, and we were working with Maurice and everyone in the community. And you have some great panelists here that have been part of that struggle, and know exactly what we're talking about. But I think it's important for us to understand, and it's good because I need my people, right, Latinos, to understand. I said we struggle just the same way, and Black lives do matter. And I say that with pride, not to take away from anything, but to add to it, to let folks know that I understand and I'm here to serve. I'm not power hungry, and that's what this wasn't was. We got to be hungry to serve, because when our elected officials don't get along, what ends up happening is that the people end up struggling and suffering. So I never thought I was ever going to be an elected official. I just wanted to hold somebody accountable in 2015. Today, papers in the city of Springfield are available for you to run for office. Shout outs to Ayanna Crawford. Um, when I picked up my paperwork, it was the last day that you could pick up your paperwork, and it was due a Friday after. I ran a 81-day campaign and won a seat that nobody thought that a kid from the street could ever be a part of when it came to the conversation of being a city councilor and fighting for your people. Let it be Black, brown, Asian, people of color, BIPOC. And then more, I became, really involved with the council. It was a learning curve for me, but I challenged myself to learn exactly how does city work, and how does the industry, when it comes to, city politics, and getting resources out there. And then I figured out on a state legislature, you can make a lot more impact. So again, I ran for office again in 2019, 2020, before pre-COVID. I pulled my papers again to run for state senate, because we've never elected a person of color to a state as a state senator or a county seat. We've done state representatives: Bud L. Williams, Raymond Jordan, Carlos Gonzalez, Cheryl Rivera, and Cheryl Rivera last year just became the first county woman of color to be elected to a county seat as a register of deeds. So these next 5 years are going to be so important. And what we've seen in this last election, if you give people an easier way to vote, an easier way to access the ballot, Springfield came out and stood up in such an amazing way. Springfield, somebody that has thrown it down for Springfield, for all people, not just Latinos. And it gives me great pride to tell you guys that I've been in for this legislative season. I'm the chairman of Children, Families, and People with Disabilities. I'm the vice chair of election laws. I'm on redistricting, which is very important when it comes to people of color. I'm on cannabis policy, which is very important, because that's a way that they, during the prohibition, how they held us down with these marijuana laws, and these laws that we've been fighting for criminal justice reform. I'm on education. I'm also on the committee for elder affairs, a new standing committee that was created between the House and the Senate, which is racial equity, civil rights, and inclusion. And then lastly, I was appointed to, out of 3 appointments that the Senate president has as a freshman senator, I was appointed to the Commission to Facial Recognition, which that I led the effort on the moratorium on banning facial recognition, one of 5 first cities in the country, because we know how detrimental it is when facial recognition, and how it harms people of color and how it misidentifies Black people, more importantly, Black women. So in the end, I want to say how humbled I am that Maurice, that you reached out to me, I'm super trying to get used to it being called a senator, but I'm just a person just like you that just got elected. If you're a person that feels that you want to hold people accountable, you want to get involved, this May and every May in the city of Springfield, you can run for your neighborhood board. There's a neighborhood board where you are at, and you can run and get elected for your neighborhood board. And then from there, you can run in this municipal election for school committee or city council, and take these steps and get involved on every single way that you can. And if you don't want to become elected, even better, become the kingmaker. Get people together once COVID is over, have events in the parks, check on your neighbors, really hold your elected official, let them know who you are. And if you ever need anything, please reach out to me via email at adam.gomez@masenate.gov, or please connect with me via social media at Adam Gomez MA. Thank you for the opportunity. Much blessings to the panelists. I apologize that I have to leave early. Ayana, Nicole Coakley, and none other than my man, Maurice Soul Fighter Taylor. I appreciate you guys. You guys always got me always got me when you need me. And sister, you have a beautiful voice. I still got goosebumps. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and God bless. And fist up. We're almost there. Keep on pushing.
Thank you so much, Senator Gomez. And now you know why he's on the panel. I want to thank you for all the work that you're doing. It's so instrumental. And like I said, man, if you need any support, I always talk about, having mental illness from being a child and being traumatized in abusive foster homes. So, as a resident, if you ever need any support, please let me know. I wanted to step up and help out.
Thank you. I really would appreciate when it comes to that conversation. Remember, I'm the chairman of children, families, and people with disability, and DYS and DCF, and all those things fall under my purview. I definitely would be appreciative of anything that you can add. God bless everybody. Have a great weekend. Let's keep on pushing and keep on our agenda.
You as well. Thank you so much. For those of you just tuning in, we started out with some music of the civil rights and some modern that gives voice to our struggle, as well as that a testaments to the fact that we can make it. We can make it. We start off with French Leave, who did a beautiful, beautiful display of singing the Black National Anthem. We just had Senator Gomez speak, and now we're going to go to Nicole Coakley, which I'll be reading her bio first, and then she will be speaking on the father of Black history. Give me one moment, just gotta. Nicole Coakley, Master of Education, Springfield College, named Nicole Coakley Assistant Director of the Springfield College Center for Service and Leadership, following a national search on January 25th, 2021. Let me rewind that, just for those who didn't hear that. Springfield College Center for Service and Leadership named Nicole Coakley Assistant Director of Springfield College Center for Service and Leadership following a national search on January 25th, 2001. Mrs. Coakley has over 20 years of experience in the field of early education and care. She was born in Springfield, Mass., but raised in Charleston, South Carolina. She attended Garrett Academy of Technology, and upon graduation, earned her cosmetology license and academic scholarship through the National Honor Society to attend any South Carolina State College or University. A native of Springfield, Coakley is also the current administrator for the Springfield Police Department Mason Square C3 Community Policing Program. In addition, she has been a lead organizer of Unity in the Community, a local program helping bridge the gap between youth in the community and law enforcement. Mrs. Coakley is a mother of 5 and currently holds an Associate of Science degree in Law Enforcement, Bachelor's of Science in Human Services, Master of Education, Trauma Studies, Substance Abuse, Medical Assistance classes away from completing her doctorate of Business Administration with a concentration in organizational leadership. I am happy to say that she has done so much that I put her bio online so you can read it and go and see everything that everyone has done, but especially Nicole Coakley. So I encourage you, please go to poeticrecovery.net. If you go on to the right, you can click on International Black History Celebration, and right above that, you will see her bio. Please click on her bio. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Nicole Coakley, who will be speaking about Carter G. Woodson, the father of Black history.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, everyone, and especially giving me this opportunity to present during the International Black History Celebration. It's an honor. I was very excited when you reached out to me to ask me to be a part of it. So, you know, I'm always here to support, but this is really important. And everything that Senator Gomez spoke about is really important. And what we can't forget about is the youth that are coming up behind us. One thing that we have to remember is, yes, we're the adults and we need to make sure that we are doing what needs to be done, but we're paving the way for them. So in the process, we need to make sure we're taking them along and showing them the ropes. So making sure that they understand and really know and understand Black history, the importance of it, and knowing why things were done and why we need to keep it moving forward. So with that being said, I'm going to share my screen with a pre-recorded PowerPoint on Dr. Carter Woodson. And give me 1 second. Are you able to hear me?
Hey, Nicole, excuse me for interrupting, but I can hear the sound through your computer, but I can't hear it here. Can anybody else hear the sound of the presentation?
No. Can't hear her.
So do you mind just starting all over and just reading through it while we're looking at the presentation? Is that okay?
No, I pre-recorded this. I thought I was doing something, having this ready for you guys. Hold on. I just went through that and you guys couldn't hear it. I'm so sorry. Okay, let's start that over. It's it's the WebEx. I'm used to Zoom. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna start it over and then I'll just read. I will start over.
You can show the presentation while you read.
Okay, so wait, so you could see the presentation, but you couldn't hear the
Yes, I couldn't hear the audio,
what?
but that's okay. You're doing great.
No, but that's okay. I'm sorry about that, guys. I will share this PowerPoint with you, Maurice, also.
Play a song while you're getting ready.
Oh, I'm ready. I'm about to no. I don't know how to share this sound. I'm so sorry. This should have been a part of tech last night. All right. I will just, are you guys able to see this? Do you need me to make it bigger?
Yeah, I can see it.
You can see it. Okay. I will go ahead and read my notes from the bottom. Sorry about that, guys.
No, bad. You don't. It's all right.
All right. Carter Godson Woodson was an African American historian and a writer recognized for his tremendous Black achievement at a time when America overlooked and mischaracterized African Americans. He was born in 1875 to James Henry Woodson and Anne Riddle in Virginia as their fourth child. Carter Woodson braved the odds and worked tirelessly to curb his own position with an unending desire to inform the world about Black's rich history. Woodson became the second African American to receive a doctorate from Harvard after Webb Du Bois. He lobbied for Black History Month, an effort that earned him the consideration as a father of Black history. He was a champion for women and received honor and respect, a legacy that continues to date. Carter Woodson died on April 3rd, 1950 in Washington, D.C. Woodson spent his early life in New Canton, Virginia during Reconstruction and labored as sharecropper and a miner because of his family's financial status. However, his unending desire taught him complete for a four-year course for 2 years at Kentucky Berea College, despite starting his schooling late. He went ahead to work for the United States government as an education superintendent in the Philippines before returning to America to complete and earn his bachelor's and master's degree at the University of Chicago. He went to Harvard and became the second African American to graduate from Harvard University with PhD in history. Woodson's achievements and associations picture him as a historian and a civil rights advocate. As an African American historian, he founded the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History while attending an expedition in Chicago. He also established the Journal of Negro History to provide an avenue and a channel for publishing research and conducting study on Black history. Woodson also developed associated publishers and traveled the world and America to promote research on Black history. He was also an excellent fundraiser who raised funds to support African American scholars. Here is a list of some of his publications and books. According to Jacqueline Goggin, some of Woodson's books and publications include The Education of the Negro Prior to 1861, A Century of Negro Migration, The History of the Negro Church, Early Negro Education in West Virginia, The Negro in Our History, African Myths, together with Proverbs, and many more books that he wrote also. So many may think, what's the importance of Black History Month and sort of why they chose February? So as I dug a little deeper and really taught myself about who Mr. Woodson, Dr. Woodson was, Americans celebrated Black History Month in February, while the rest of the world have varying dates and months for the same. While the celebrations remind people of Woodson's relentless desire to inform the world of Black's rich history, Black History Month celebrations is essential in numerous ways. Black History Month is important because it coincides with the birth dates of President Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass, a former reformer. People recognize them for their role and appreciate them for their unmatched involvement in ending slavery. Each year uses a different theme to create awareness against social ills and unearth the need for change, provides opportunity to understand and appreciate Black history beyond the constructs of racism and slavery, provides engagement with history, gives people an understanding of the present. As a civil rights advocate, he was a member of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, known as the NAACP, and National Urban League. He supported Friends of Negro Freedom and United Negro Improvement, and he also championed for alleviating racial and economic discrimination to help spread the knowledge and appreciation of history. Here would be a list of my references. And thank you. That concludes my presentation on Dr. Carter Woodson. And in his words, we should emphasize not Negro history, but the Negro in history. What we need is not a history of selected races or nations, but the history of the world, void of national bias, race hate, and religious prejudice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nicole. I appreciate it.
I apologize. I'm so mad. Y'all don't even understand how many times I recorded that to get it right.
There is no need to apologize. None. Because in the end, what just happened is you overcame and you got it done. So I appreciate that. I thank you, because there's so many of us who do not understand why Black history is being celebrated in February. A lot of people think, well, white people don't like us, so they put in the shortest month of the year. And it's like, no, they didn't do it. Like, we did it. And the reason, well, not we, but you know what I'm saying, you know how we do, you know how we say, right? Carter G. Woodson did, and it was because he was honoring two of the people who was very influential in the emancipation of Black people, and that was Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln. So thank you so much for being willing to convey that information. Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. It was my pleasure. And I hope you come back again on other, discussions and talks that we have. I think you did a great job. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. You know I'm there.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this next brother is a beast. Excuse my term, but he's a beast when it comes to movies, when it comes to music, when it comes to being a loving and caring brother in the community, father, and husband. I'm honored to speak to you right now about the one and only Stephen Stick Josie, who grew up in Boston as a young child. Oh, by the way, I don't know if this is in his bio, but the brother can ball, y'all. I'm just letting y'all know. The brother can ball. I've seen the footage of him, so. But anyway, Stephen Sticks Josie grew up in Boston as a young child. At the age of 6, he met a drummer at the Boston Commons who offered him the opportunity to experiment with drums. That led to a swift decision to select music as his career path. At the age of 14, he was a drummer on the gospel album, which was his introduction to the entertainment industry. Stephen also went to attend Saddleback Film School in California. Simultaneously, taught himself how to play the piano and make his own original music. Now, people talk about Prince, but little do they know that Mr. Josie is an incredible master of many instruments. As a result, he has produced, recorded, and engineered over 50 albums after getting signed to Sony Records as an in-house music producer. As you know, producers come and producers go. And there are those producers that set the trends and solidify themselves in the industry, and this is who Styx is. Styx is a producer, actor, writer, and director that is the embodiment of humility while also being an excellent team player. Styx is a wonderful talent to collaborate with and possess a business acumen that melds well with film, TV executives, business executives, and radio label executives. Styx has been able to build and maintain these relationships domestically and internationally. Styx began his professional music career with Sony Records, producing for the likes of Mobb Deep, John Legend, Wu-Tang Clan, and several others. Styx has aligned himself with feature films that birthed Styx Productions. The company specializes in film and music and also has created several feature films. The first film is called Angels Around Me. It was written by Styx, Stephen Stick Josie. The film gained notoriety and was entered in the Philadelphia Independent Film Festival in 2012. The movie went on to win an award for Best New Director. Stephen has also produced the American Family Dreamers TV series, The Hills, Gangland, Who's on My Side, and Temporary Files, just to name a few. Amongst other accolades, he is an exemplary, well-rounded actor. Styx will release new films as well as TV shows through his production company, VSJ Productions, in the near future. A few of the new titles already written and ready for productions are The Regiment. The movie is based on a few men of color given the opportunity to fight in the Revolutionary War. It's a Dirty Game. Is based on a retired basketball player being introduced to the real corruption in sports. Styx created and is one of the stars of the new soon-to-be-released comedy series on Amazon Prime entitled The American Family Dreamers. The show is based on a dad raising his two daughters and the best he can after the tragic loss of their mother. The dad no longer wants to work in the music and film industry after the loss of his wife. However, his daughters are leaking his music cut on continued. Stephen Sticks Josie social media Sticks also had the opportunity to play an FBI agent in Mark Wahlberg's feature film Patriots Day. Sticks also starred in a reality TV show called Adrenaline Rush. This show starred Ron Dixon, a former NFL star who played for the the New York Giants. Sticks also produced several TV shows for PBS Central Florida. One of the show stars Michael Winslow, better known for his roles in the Police Academy franchise. Stick produced another TV show with Rennie Rocker that aired on PBS back in August of 2008. It showcased teens' educational athletic strengths. The show is called From T to Degree. Stick also was a programmer for PBS Central Florida for 3 years from 2006 to 2009. From these successes, it allowed him to maneuver from music to film, which is his primary focus. Stick looks forward to distributing films, music, and television shows that the world will adore for many years to come. Sticks is also an author with his book, first book entitled Angels Around Me. It is a sure bet to say that Sticks is here. Sticks is here. Sticks is here for the long haul, setting entrepreneurial trends for today, tomorrow, and the future. Did I mention that Sticks is here? Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to introduce to you Stephen Sticks Josie.
I just want to thank you, man, for having me here. And I thought we did a little practice run last night. Now we did the practice run. You said you was only going to say a paragraph. I fell asleep, man. You just went all up. That stuff is old, bro.
Bro, I apologize. I mean, I know it's old to you, bro, but to a lot of people, it's new to some people. And so I when I read it, I was like, wow, I really need to read this because you have done so much in your position to help so many Springfield residents. It is truly incredible. And I wanted people to really know who you are.
I appreciate it, though.
Thank you so much.
And I just want to say thank you for all you do. You know, I've met you several years ago, and I've always seen you give it back to the community, you know, doing something for anyone that you can. I mean, you can help any us all pulling together, you know. And you gave me an opportunity to present today, talk a little bit about controlling our narrative, you know, and having control of the things that we do. So I took it upon myself to choose more of the film aspect of it and a little bit of the music because we see a lot of things on TV that people of color are doing that have some success, from the empires, you know, to power, different things or whatever. And it's our more street geared towards street, but there's a lot of other great things that's out there as well, you know, besides just street things. You know, we need to learn the history of where it came from for us. And as you know, or some may not know, that the first black film company that was ever in existence was in 1916. It was two brothers, Noble Johnson and George Johnson, and they actually had an opportunity to put out 5 films, and it did well, and that opened up the door for Oscar Michex. And he actually ended up being the first major black filmmaker, and he directed and produced over 42 feature films from 1919 to 1948. And his first film that he was actually able to produce was a film that he wrote, a book that he wrote called The Homesteader. And that was a great presentation for him because he became, to this day, he still is considered one of the greatest black filmmakers of all times. And that led to people of color wanting to in 1939. You had the first black man of color to get into it, Sidney Poitier, in 1963. And then what that also did is it created a realm for people to create more films. You had Melvin Van Peebles, who had made Watermelon Man, and that had some success with Columbia Pictures. But then he said, you know what, let me create my own film, which was called Sweetback's Badass Song. He used his own money, $50,000. He wrote it, produced it, directed it, he edited. He did everything he had to do in that movie. He was the star of the movie. He actually got the $50,000 from Bill Cosby. So Bill Cosby really, he did some things besides pudding pops. He was, helping people back then. He was doing some great things. So that movie went on to gross $10 million, and that was in 1970, excuse me, in 71. And back then, 10 million, especially for anybody of color. And then that opened up the door for a gentleman by the name of Porter Jr. His father was actually a filmmaker prior to that. If anybody's ever heard of Shaft, his father was the one that did Shaft. So Gordon Parks Jr. came up with this idea to do Superfly, which was a great, great film. But he also got another producer to go along with his father because his father helped fund it, and that was a gentleman by the name of Sig Shore. But Sig Shore was not a man of color. He was a white man that believed in this young black man and put his money into this film and got this film to do some great things. Warner Brothers picked the film up. The movie was made for a little under $500,000, but it brought in $30 million. And what that did is that opened up the platform and the doors to Spike Lee, to a Tyler Perry, to Ava, to all these great people that are out there. And I say this to say, at the end of the day, we're celebrating Black history, but beyond that, we need to just celebrate life, celebrate people, and we're a big part of that life. We're a big part of this world and everything that's in it, but at the end of the day, there are people that are not of color that will sometimes help us, give us an opportunity to do some things. As I said, like Sig Shore, he helped out a lot, and then, you have your Will Packers, you have your Lee Daniels, you have all these great people that are doing things right now, and there's different choices out there for us to do. The main thing is, I think as leaders, we have to think about what we're doing, why we're doing it, and who's watching it, because the children are really the future. And if we're putting negativity out there or whatever, what do you think that's gonna, it's like feeding them, negativity. Let's just feed them a little bit of everything so they can have choices. And that's what it's all about, just doing some studying, learning your research, helping people, helping the community. And that's what it really comes down to. I got into the film world, just by chance. I went to go see a movie called Superfly when I was 6 years old, and I always wanted to make a movie like that. And I just finished a movie like that called Stay Fly. I got the blessing from Curtis Mayfield's son, Todd Mayfield. So I'm singing the Curtis Mayfield song. I'm playing Curtis Mayfield technically in the movie Stay Fly. And a young lady by the name of Kalia is playing my daughter, which actually, she just got a major blessing in December before the tragic loss of her mom. We just actually got the Aaliyah movie, so we're doing the Aaliyah movie now too. So we're prepping for that right now. We're on the soundtrack now. We start filming that in the summertime out in Atlanta and Detroit. So I'm excited about that, and I'm just thankful, Maurice, for you having all of us here, and to the young lady that did the anthem was awesome, and great job, Nicole. Great job, Adam. And to all the other panelists that are on here, let's just keep doing what we're doing. Judy, how you doing? I ain't seen you in a minute. But just thank you. And that's basically it for me, Maurice. I just wanted to just share some information. Anything you set your mind to, you can do it. It's 1% talent, 99% business, but 100% faith, and my faith is God. And it's up to you, whatever you as your motivation, use it to the fullest. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephen Sticks Josie. I really appreciate that your presentation gives me hope. It's inspiring. I'll be honest with you, bro. I have absolutely no idea how you do so many. I just don't. I don't. I don't know, bro. You're an amazing. You're like an Energizer bunny, bro. You know what I'm saying? You just keep going. And I thank you for that, man. So many people got so many different opportunities. It boosts their artistic career, their artistic resume. It boosts how we're seen in the light in society. And so thank you so much for what you do. I appreciate you. Next up, we have Miss Ayanna Crawford. Ayanna Crawford, educational consultant and motivational speaker for nonprofits and colleges in the Pioneer Valley. Miss Ayanna Crawford Springfield is the proud mother of 2 children. She is also the owner, president of AC Consulting and Media Services, specializing in workshops in communication skills, press releases, social media management, and marketing with nonprofits and community-based centers in the New England area. She has a love for public relations and media work. She currently works for an educator in the Springfield Public Schools and leads in after-school programs for girls. She has been a great lecturer at Smith College on the best practices for literacy development in urban schools. In the education department at Smith College, she is the graduate of Westfield State University with a BA in psychology and an M.Ed from Springfield College, as well as a former member of the AmeriCorps program, which is a service program that places students in urban schools to help with closing the achievement gap. Ayanna is the original former host of Gospel Cafe, a regional showcase in New England area, as well as Tastemaker Souls of the national event, work to network with executives in the entertainment industry. Also, Ayanna's credit, she has been a featured speaker at numerous colleges and universities on the topic of race, women's issues, and parenthood. She created a signature program for girls in Western Mass called It's Your Turn, Take the Mic, which is a summer enrichment program after school and school age programs for girls ages 5 to 18 years old in the greater Springfield area. She is also the founder of Women in the Business Club of Western Mass area, former board of director members of the American Red Cross and TWC. She is currently on the board of Parent Villages as board vice chair. She is currently writing a book on tips for young girls in public speaking. Ayanna volunteers in several organizations and community-based centers assisting with media and public relations. Again, another one to prove that when we control the narrative, people see us in a very different light. Ayanna Crawford will be speaking on community connections. Thank you very much for being here, Ayanna, and welcome. Ayanna, your mic is muted.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Happy Black History Month to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm certainly honored to be a part of a panel with such esteemed, credentialed individuals as yourselves. And certainly kudos to Reese for being a longstanding activist, community person, a poet, internationally, nationally known around the country. And so certainly blessed to know him and what he brings to the table and to these spaces. And so I want to say thank you, Maurice, for this opportunity to share just a little bit of information that I have acquired in my years. And so again, thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. So my goal for tonight was to talk a little bit about community connections. How do we make those connections? What are they? And how do we as community members do that? And so I think when we think about connections, we have to be our authentic selves, right? And so we just have to be who we are. And so I've been able to be supportive, encouraging to women, men, and those within my community because it's necessary. It's necessary to build bridges. It's necessary to encourage others. It's necessary to inspire others. It's necessary to make sure that it's not about me, but it's about how we come together as a collective body and a community. And so I do that because it's a love that I have for my family, for my community, and for the people that I interact with. And so I am really, really inspired to do the work that I do. And I work with different spaces, women, children, girls, and what have you. And I'm always making sure that I'm connecting, building bridges, and really making sure that I am continuing this work.
Is that the end of your presentation, Ayana?
All right. So there's an echo that I'm hearing. So I'm trying to stop so I can hear the echo and then I come back in. Can everyone hear me okay? Are you hearing feedback?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So again, just to sort of reiterate the idea of this community connection. How do we make connections? What are they? And so I think in spaces, especially for women of color, it's important that we connect with each other on our own commonalities, right? And so what are those things that you love? What are those things that you do that you can connect with others so that you can be your authentic self, your authentic self. And so it's important to do that. And so I love connecting with people. I love, especially working with young girls and women and just building bridges, and finding innovative ways to connect, um, you know, and making sure that not only our voices are being heard in spaces, but that we're in spaces that people might not see us in. And so some of the things I didn't include in my bio is some of the board of directors that I sit on, because some of those boards of directors are just, it's just myself representing, you know, Black folks, if you will. And so I'm in spaces, I'm on boards that you would have never thought of. And so I do that because it's necessary. I take those opportunities because it's necessary to be in spaces that we're not necessarily in. And so I'm glad that I've done that. And so I don't necessarily include that in my bio. I don't necessarily talk about that because that's part of the work that I do to build the bridges, right? And so if I have an opportunity, it's generally from perhaps a board of directors that I'm involved in to connect other people within my community, right? And so that's important for me so that I can make those major connections, whether small, whether big, whatever it might be. And so I've been coined as the resource person or the connector, the community connector, opening up doors for people, being behind the scenes. That's what I really, really like doing. I really like being behind the scenes. I'm not necessarily somebody that wants to be in front. I really like being behind the scenes and helping others, thrive and do the work that they do well. And so I think in terms of, again, community connections, just, making those connections, making people thrive because your blessing will come as you bless others. And so I believe that. I strive in that way and I continue to do that no matter what. And so that I can leave a legacy in my life and in my world. So that's it in a nutshell. Again, I'm just honored to be on this platform with Maurice and all of you. And making connections, making community connections is what I'm about. And I know that Nicole and Stephen Six Josie, Judy, all of us have worked together on many, many platforms and many opportunities. And so that's what I do, making connections. And I look forward to perhaps working with some of you that are here too as well, just again, to make those connections. And Stephen Six Josie and I know we just got off of a moment where we just learned that a good friend of ours, Ruthie Carter, was just got a Hollywood star, right? And so the first African American Black woman costume designer. Not only is she Stephen Sick Josie's friend, whom I introduced him to, but she's my godmother, right? And so that's where connections happen, right? And that's how we connect with each other. You don't have to be too small or too big to make those connections. And so I think we all should, no matter who you know or no matter who you think you know, make those connections because you don't know where life is going to lead you, you know? And so that's what I do. So I just love the fact that I'm a person that makes those connections and make people shine, you know? And we all need to be in those spaces where we can do that for each other. And so again, I want to say thank you, Maurice, because you know, you do this work, you know, sort of silently and humbly. And I think you definitely deserve credit, you know, credit for what you do. And your community connection is always connecting others with each other. And so I want to say thank you so much, Maurice, for what you do. And you're such a beacon of hope and light for others. And I want to say that publicly to you because I know that you have a passion and a drive for arts and especially for poetry. And so thank you so much for allowing me to have a few moments to share. And I'd love to connect with those of you that are here on this platform, potentially to work together or just to connect with you, with other people within the community. Thank you so much. And everyone have a great, great evening.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I don't. It was an amazing panel. I feel that way. It's an amazing panel, and I want to thank all of you for coming out today. You know, I always, you know, think about when I hear the line in the song when an artist is doing a live presentation and they're saying you could have been anywheres tonight, but you chose to be here.
Right.
I thank you in all your greatness. I thank you, Senator Adam Gomez. I thank you, Ayanna Crawford. I thank you, Nicole Coakley and Ahmed. Thank you, Benita Oliver. I thank you, Stephen Stick Josie, for being on the panel and for encouraging our community and helping us celebrate Black history domestically and internationally. Thank you so much. With that, we're going to take a small break. Oh, actually, before we go, we're going to take 5 to 10 minutes to do question and answers. Do any of you all have question and answers?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Ayanna. It's kind of different when the panelists have a question. I don't know what to do. So go ahead.
So I have a question for Stephen Six Josie. So my question is, I know you've done a lot of film, you've done a lot of music, you work with a lot of artists, especially in Sony. And so
Right.
when, if you will, consider doing a children's film for young children?
I would consider that as soon as you and I get on the phone and talk about it and make it happen. It's that easy. Come on, now. You already know you made dreams come true for me a long time ago. You know, I mean, I just want to touch base on something. I've known Ayanna a long time. I just want to share this. When I came back from
Oh,
Hollywood, Ayanna took me. I started doing I was doing lectures. So I was like rambling everywhere, whatever. But coming here, I didn't know anybody. And it took me to my first college and everything like that. I said, I said, I really would love to meet Ruthie. That's my godmother. Let me make that happen. Boom. And it happened. It was like, she's just been the realest from day one. It's been so many years. So if you say we're going to do a children's movie, get on the phone. Let's make it happen. It's done deal.
I want
Let's
to.
make it
I
happen.
really do. So
I love
Nicole,
that.
I'm putting you in the program. Anybody else on this panel that wants to be a part of this movie, we about to do this, okay? We about to do this.
Let's
We
get
about
it.
to
Let's
do this. We
get it.
about to
Let's
have a
get it. Let's
children's
get it.
movie. Come on,
Yeah,
guys, let's do it.
Let's
You
do
ready
it,
for
man. That's
this?
what it's
You ready
about.
for
The
this?
children are the future. That's right. I love it. That was great. That was a great question. That was a great question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have a question for Stephen Sticks Josie. Hey, Mr. Josie, brother Stephen, how you doing? Good
How
to
you
see
doing?
you. I'm
How's
doing
it?
good. I'm doing good.
Good.
So you were working on a movie recently here, and I just wanted to know how is that going? What's the name of the movie? I don't know if anyone else knows about it or not.
Okay. Well, the movie's done. It's called Stay Fly, and matter of fact, that's the poster of the movie over there. It's
Okay.
starring young lady by the name of Hoops. She actually won the Flavor of Love. Great friend of mine. So I have her playing Sylvia Rome. One of the record execs. But what I wanted to do with that movie was introduce the world to the talent that I believe that is here in Springfield. I brought a few people here from Hollywood here to be in the movie just to see how we do things here. But a big thank you to Mr. Milo Brown, who him and Mr. Williams was able to allow the city to allow us to make that movie. Big up to Rashawn, for over there at Level 5. We did a lot of the filming in Level 5, but everybody was just so a part of that, including Nicole. Everybody was just a part of that great opportunity. And the movie is going to come out later on this year, because the main thing right now is the movie was really a springboard too for Kalia, who's actually playing Aaliyah now in a new movie. So I had to have that going on, and now that right there, as she's filming her Aaliyah movie in the summertime, then they'll release that movie right there. But just like boom, just so they can keep her in people's faces. And so that's
Right.
how Universal does things. So it's gonna come out on Universal. So they'll give us the schedule when it's gonna happen. The soundtrack is already out. The soundtrack's out around the world, and it was a great opportunity. Springfield came out and showed out. It did their thing, everybody, and I thank everybody for that.
Good. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
I have a question for Stephen Six Josie. Hi, I'm Paulina. Hi, everybody.
Hey,
Good evening.
good evening. Good evening.
So, I am an actress, and I plan to move soon to Atlanta to pursue acting more. So, do you have any advice on moving to a different city, to pursue your dreams?
Well, first I want to say hello and congratulations on what you're doing, and keep doing what you're doing. And the thing about acting, you can do it anywhere. Like you can be in Vegas, and you can say, "Hey, I'm gonna be in Boston tomorrow." You know what I mean? So,
Right,
but
right.
Atlanta is definitely the new. It's the modern day Hollywood, to say the least. I've done a lot of movies there. We're actually doing part of the Aaliyah movie there. The movie Pinch just finished Pinch there. Movie Pinch, that's out. That's already out. That's with Jamal Willard, who played Biggie. So that movie, I played Captain Pearson in that. My advice to you is to always just study your craft though. Always go in the mirror, look in the mirror, because facial expressions is everything. You got to learn to it's everything. Fuck you talking about? You know what I mean? Excuse my language, but that's how you gotta be able to hit them like that. So that will always be my advice to you. Just always be ready and just know, but steady in the mirror.
Okay.
Don't ever ask anybody, what did you think of that, or anything like that. You should know what you're saying. Know your lines. Always know your lines. Be ready.
Of course.
Know
Yeah.
your lines. Make it your own. And if somebody sends you a script, right? Now I'm gonna share this with the world. I was in Hollywood. I went to film school in Hollywood. It's called Unspoken 2. Unspoken 2 is two, you got 2 hours. If a casting director sends you a script, if you're not calling them back within 2 hours, telling them everything about that movie, you're scratched off the list.
Mm,
Don't ever ask anybody or say to them, what role do you want me to play at? You're scratched off the list. Because all you're gonna do is go in there and study that particular character. You gotta call
right.
them and tell them what the whole movie's about.
Mm,
So when you read a piece, you gotta learn that whole movie. And you read it from first page to last page. Don't skim through and look for dialogue. You gotta know every action that's going on because that's the
right.
movie. Okay, and there's no assumptions in movie. You can't assume what somebody's gonna say. You got to say it. You got to become it. And just I wish you the best. And if you ever have any questions, I mean, I'm on every social media platform. Reach out to me, hit me up, and definitely next film I do,
Thank
I'll
you.
put you in it. I'll get you in it. I'll get you in this
Yes,
Aaliyah
thank
movie.
you. I would love to be in there. I'll show you
Got
something great.
If I can interrupt, hey Sticks,
yes.
remember when I was telling you about the young lady that performs at Poetic Recovery and does monologues?
Yes.
That's Quilina Lewis. That's what I was telling you about.
All right, all right, all right. Yeah, he talks very highly of you. I'm looking forward to definitely have an opportunity to
Okay,
work with you.
thank you, Maurice.
Definitely, definitely. Just keep doing it. You gotta. I've been doing it 30 years, so don't ever stop. Don't ever stop. And one thing I will tell you though, and I tell every young person, don't just do that. You know what I'm saying? If there's only a handful of people that get that opportunity to be sitting in the Puff Daddy chair. You understand what I'm saying? So even Ava and all of them, they all had to work their way to it or whatever. So continue to work. Don't say, "Hey, I'm quitting the job and I'm going to pursue this full time." I still work. And I
Right.
got 50 albums and movies and everything. I still get up and go take my behind to work, and I'm ready for retirement real soon.
You need that.
So just know that, all right. Don't get caught
All
up in
right.
the hype of the industry. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Does anybody else have any other questions?
How has COVID affected your ability to work? That question is for Stevens, Six Josie.
Now, what's the question? I'm sorry, Joanne, because the phone was
How,
going in and out.
okay. How has COVID affected your ability to work in the industry?
Well, honestly, it really hasn't. Thank God, because like I was saying, we were able to do the Stay Fly movie through COVID. If anybody can remember, we were safe though. Nobody got sick. Nobody not a fever, nothing, and which was a great thing. It's just a matter of monitoring, the temperatures and things like that. If somebody's sick, if they're coughing or got a cold, don't come on the set. Don't come on the set. And me, I'm a creative person, so I took this time too to write the Aaliyah movie, to do music or whatever. So now going into the summertime is when we start the next movie, the Aaliyah movie. So hopefully by then the trend will kind of be subsiding, hopefully. Because Hollywood's not gonna even when things do get back to normal, what's it's gonna be a new normal, I believe. So it's gonna be a new normal. So I think it has a slight effect on a lot of different things, but like I said, for what I'm doing, doesn't really affect me too much because I could just sit at my computer and write a script all day long. You know, it's just a matter of the timing of when we're gonna actually go film, and we were blessed to do Stay Fly through COVID. So that was a great question. Though. Thank you.
So Sticks, you already spoke a little bit about the young lady you work with,
hmm
Kalia.
hmm
Um, I wanted to play the theme song,
hmm
the Pinch theme song.
Oh, that's big, man. She actually got the theme song to a feature film that's out there right now. Get close. He don't even know. One mistake. God,
Can y'all hear it okay?
one mistake. Let me go. Mr. Saint Nick. Good times. Yes, sir.
I wonder what this line is gonna say.
Can't you see my struggle when you're looking at me? Got the cops going wild while they searching for me. Even the night they trying to fight us. They trying to pinch me. I come back and I grab my spot. Turn around, twist me till I get it to Simon. Hope nobody see me cause they trying to get me to me. They trying to pinch me. I'm trying to get this way. Sometimes the money's on me and I don't need another lead. I'm just doing it for me. I'm not getting this life for free. I don't ask like grab and go. Then I run to Simon. So sincerely, okay, in this way again, they exchange, but the rules remain the same. Did you see my struggle when you're looking at me? Got the cops going wild while they searching for me. Yeah, even the night they trying to hide us. They try to pinch me. I'm so glad it's big till I come the bottom. Turn around, but then I give it to Simon. Yeah, nobody's speak till they trying to give you to me. They tryna pinch me, already ain't holly. I'm feeling like we don't agree. Too many on the money. We don't play. We sneaking, can't be seen. Hurry up, let me sing. The money's all I need to know. So sustain again, the same again. Please change my rules.
Yeah. Yeah, we gotta leave over there. Yeah, why don't you go ahead and have Detective Castillo and Marsh meet me at the location? Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and text it to you. It's the same thing. Gotcha.
You see my struggle when you're looking at me. Got the cops going wild while they searching for me. People now be trying to hide us. They trying to pinch me. Cause that night and I found my water. Turn around, flip it till I give it to Simon. Yeah, nobody see me cause they trying to give me the minute. They trying to pinch me. I feel better at the Irish and the Fed. Saying that you live two different lifestyles. One hand on the murder I have in the streets. Just praying that you wouldn't get caught this week. Hoping that the streets wouldn't be your feet. I made where I've been more than a hobby. They got people shooting in your lobby. I don't know why you're thinking this so sweet. My struggle when you're looking at me. Got the cops going wild while they searching for me. Chiefly when I ain't trying to hide cause they trying to pinch me. Cause that night then I grab my water. Turn around, but then I give it to Simon. Hope nobody see me cause they trying to give me the minute. They trying to pinch me. Yeah. The minute you try to pinch me. The minute you try to pinch me.
And I would like to play something for y'all. Just give me a moment. Spotlight Entertainment is a sponsor for tonight's event, International Black History Celebration.
I've been thinking about seeing the things. I'm thinking about that. Can I just change some of that?
Mike, I thought I told you I didn't want to see your face if I ever again. Man, I know you ain't.
Okay, but does anybody see a diamond? I'm sure you take care of it, Sean. Yeah, but Sean's already taken care of. So, yeah,
What you got? You fucking scared of some shit? I ain't scared of your little fucking games.
Walk back. It's done. Never happened, right? I'm so pop shit.
We also fly shit and we did die shit. Never called, pretty good place. I got something you might want to know like yesterday. You know what you shaking your head for? Word is, Pharaoh gonna have diamond with it tonight. Lady Luxor.
You are the star, and that's why we're here. I'm right here, right now. What do you think?
Nice one. Top of the band.
No, I can't throw you that video. You probably gonna give you a right like that.
You feel some slick lines too, just don't get excited? You're fresh. Fuck that. Let's take out business and go somewhere else. Fuck this motherfucker.
I can't believe you just ran up. That's crazy.
Listen here, from now on, you're working with me and only me. You're not working with any fucking body else. Just me. Do you hear me? Now get your ass back in it.
Yeah, that's dope. So that was that was a trailer to the Stay Fly movie. That was all Springfield's wonderful people. A lot of for us, a lot of great talent here. A lot of great talent.
I apologize. I had to cut it short due to language content. My apologies. But I wanted everybody to see the caliber.
I was wondering.
I want everyone to see the caliber of work that Mr. Steven Stick Josie puts out. Great work, amazing work. Thank you so much, Steven Sticks Josie. I will be putting the trailers, all of his trailers that I could find, up on Poetic Recovery that everyone can check out. You know, during this event, you know, I try to keep it, you know, family friendly. So I do apologize I couldn't play the whole thing, but I will be putting them all on my website so everyone can see it. I hope you enjoyed the panel. We're going to take a break. I want to thank everyone for coming. I hope you enjoyed the panel. We will be taking a break and we will return. And
before you go, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Before you go, I just want to say something real quick with regard to Ayana.
Liz, I can't.
No? Okay.
No. We will be taking a break. We will return in 5 minutes. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom over me. And before I'll be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom. Oh, me. Oh, yeah. Before I stay, I'll be buried my go home to my Lord and be free. No, 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 don't you know? No, no, we can. No, we can. Over and before.
You believe in freedom and I rest. We will believe in freedom and not rest until it comes. We will believe in freedom and not rest. Am I talking to you? We will believe in freedom and not rest until the killing of black men and mother son is as important as the killing of white men. White mother son, do you believe in freedom? I'm not here. Sing it with me if you like it. We do believe in freedom and not freedom till the older I get, the better I know. And the secret of my going on is when the reins are in the hands of the young who dare to run against the storm. Cause to me, young people come first. They have the courage when we fail. I can find in the shade some light as they carry us through the gate. We believe in freedom. Simply talking to you. Struggling myself, don't be to teaching us that
How's the sound coming through?
Kind of sketchy, like, kind of broken.
What about now? Is it okay now?
Yo, خلاص سبقت مقارن فريكان حرن حرن young in store just some kind of vibes communication communication vibes but it's from the yeah shit but the light even the love color chip the kaya and life is get on guns and take a walk some kind of don't follow by a phone walk the job. Hello everyone, it's time to say hi to people. Look at Senegal. Comment ça va? Speak up, see. What is you up? Como está usted? Malolele. Hello.
Peace, peace, peace. How's everybody doing? Y'all ready for this? I can't hear y'all. Y'all ready for this?
Yeah.
Mics on. Y'all ready for this?
Yes, we're ready for this. We're ready for this. Are you?
That's a little bit better. I was expecting y'all to scream so loud, your landlords, neighbors will have to come. Can you just hold it down? But that's all right. We're working on it. We're working on it. I want to welcome you all out there who just tuned in to the first annual International Black History Celebration. I've been hosting Black History celebrations for over 20 years, going back to 1992. I'm sorry, 19 something. I was at Stick. And it took me longer than usual to graduate. So I did a lot. You know what I'm saying? And continued on into the community. And it's been a pleasure. Frustrating at times, but definitely a pleasure to host these events. And I want to thank you all for coming out and hosting these events with us. Can everybody please turn on their video? And those, I wonder where Joanne went. So we got Blessings Divine. We're gonna have Blessings Divine go first. But first of all, let me let the people know who they can expect to see tonight. We have Judy Owen Holmes, Blessings Divine, Joanne Gardner, Whitney Rainwater, Dominican Shamar, Liz Filomeno, and Colina Lewis, featuring nationally known comedian Artie Robb. So again, thank you all very much for being here. Yo, let's get it on popping. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the mic, Blessings Divine. Can't hear you, brother.
Peace, peace, family. How y'all doing?
You guys can unmute your mic to clap and make some noise.
I think I got used to this whole digital thing, man. I'll be like, yo, put the ones in the chat if you feel me. You know what I mean? Like it's not the same, but you get used to it eventually.
Nah, but people that are watching.
I can't unmute my my camera. Uh-oh. See.
Maurice, I'm here. Can you see me?
Yes, send me a chat. We can chat.
Okay.
So yeah, first things first. Thank you, Brother Maurice, for inviting me to this platform. For those who don't know Brother Maurice, I'm sure y'all been acquainted with him by now, but he does a lot of, thankless work, not looking for recognition and stuff like that. And it's always to pour back into the people he believes in and stuff like that. So first off, shout out to my man right there. Got to pay full respects. And second off, happy Black History Month, family. Happy Savior's Day for those who know about that. You know what I'm saying? We here, we live. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Happy Savior's Day.
Happy Savior's Day, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We are alive. We are here. We are present. Someone woke up dead this morning. It was not you. So thank God. You know what I mean?
Happy Savior's Day, brother.
Yes, sir. Happy Savior's Day, sir. I'm going to start this one a cappella real quick. See, my name is Blessing Divine MC. I'm going to spit it like this. I keep my mind older than the times I'm facing, my intellect pacing the universe, settling on the crown of planet Earth. The best part, rhymes bring water like Noah's Ark, electric like the atom spark, and the dark is my reflection. Infinity rolled into a message, holding microphones that flow with lessons. Bold as presence, to know the ledge is emptiness of the dome, corrected in full effect when I come out the sky with what could only be described as the rod that was cast by Moses, the shepherd staff, amplifying my voice when my rhymes go full blast, stating that these days are the last. Fading fast in the times where people are being mentally confined because their brain wasn't made to function on lies, violence, claiming the lives of the poor and despised. We in a time of Babylon and decline. So my name is Blessings Divine Life Giving MC.
Okay.
You about to hop right into this right here.
All right. Awesome. Praise be to Allah.
Alhamdulillah. Y'all hear that instrumental, right? Yeah, y'all hear that instrumental? Y'all good? Y'all present? All right, bad. Cool, cool. So this right here is all about belief in yourself, you heard?
Turn it up a little bit. There you go.
This all about belief in yourself, you know what I mean? It's an incredibly important thing. The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan said, we are not black because we are cursed. We are black because we are first. So we are recreating the paradigm through which we as black people see ourselves. You know what I'm saying? It's all about self-belief. Because if you don't put any belief or stock in yourself, you won't find what you're not looking for, you heard? Yeah. It's about to go off like this. Yeah. Hey yo, I got that style dipped in pico de gallo. Insight for the times like the Quran, the Bible. A black man that magic like Green Mile. Hooked on by the intellect, they'll be around for a while. Put it down, make it smile. Tactile with a vibration. Good news to believers of freedom and salvation. Check the book of rhymes online for wiser statements. Current times and places designed for calibration. It's time to elevate, go inside like a cassette tape. Rewind the program and press play. Readdress our mind state, thoughts dictate the frequency of which we vibrate and we attract it. Lowest vibes get the most traffic. No wonder so many lives be tragic, but we got the mind to remove static. It's in your habit, and never forget that in life, your life can happen. So we have to come to a point, family, where we can accept that we are what we've been waiting for our whole lives. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't come from outside of you, it comes from inside of you. Yeah. Yo, the life giver here delivering hope, helping the people to clean up they act like black soap. Watch the crowd open their mind at the rap show, help them realize that joy in their life is natural. Time to stop, watching the hopes and dreams drop. I'm rising like a loose balloon that don't pop. It's blessings divine giving up, he is not. He's claiming the life that he wants even though he's been through a lot. I am the twist in the plot, the cream of the crop. This here is the mentality you need to adopt. No more worthless, no more stuck, feeling uncertain, created only for the greatest purpose. Just keep searching. Never think that you don't deserve it. The most beautiful things in life are deeper below the surface. Seeking you will find. Allow yourself the time to grow. Let the light shine from inside your soul. We have so much power. So much power. But it really starts with belief. You know what I'm saying? You have to know that you have it. You know what I'm saying? But how we get that? How we get that faith and that self-confidence? How we get that faith and that self-confidence? This next one's off my latest album called New Genesis. Yeah. Never compromise. Keep your eyes pointed in the direction of the skies. I will rise, forever wise. That is knowledge applied. For me to give up on rap is suicide. Cause I'm too live to ever put my mic down, their pipe down. That's nice. How my rhymes equivalent to the illest fighting styles. They say ush when I take a bow. The scholars in the crowd cause they know I give them something raw to think about. Deeper philosophies and how to part the seas with the atom spark. When it comes to knowledge, no monopoly. I spread it. Yo, that's the butter on the bread. Rah-rah aesthetic, so magnetic, it even captivates the critics. The lion roar similar to the minister. I lay it down heavy with diligence. 5 pillars uplifting my style. What you feeling is the testimony of a young king who is only concerned with the realness. Confidence. Confidence in yourself comes from knowing who you are. Knowledge of self is the most important thing that you could ever have. And the more you know and evaluate something, the more you come to believe in it. To evaluate yourself like nothing else in the sun, moon, and stars, you heard? Let the power flow through you. Let's get back into this. The vibe raising from rhymes saying not high statements. Blessings divine be in the sky waiting. I verbalize cause higher thinking. It's mathematics, the frequencies packed into my rhyme pads. My lines blast, my pen is like high Fahrenheit when it hits. My microphone is the sun that clears even the darkest mist. Yo, you know bang bless magnanimous when he flows like travels across the globe to permeate and raise your wits. The life giver, uplifter, and hardest hitter. Some might even figure that blessings are flawless bitter. Broader than the sword I swing like Garvey with the message. Particles of intelligence from the light of which I step in. My words expand like the galaxies. I'm higher than the 7 seas, deeper than the roots of all the tallest trees. The wisest thoughts I offer these. I'm a product of the messenger of God, and how phenomenal is he. Study yourself, you know what I mean? Learn who you are. We have so much wrapped up in us that we as a people can be independent. You know what I'm saying? There's one of my heroes, Dr. Amos Wilson. He asked the question. He said, we say freedom is doing what we want to do, but why is it what we want to do always something that benefits the European? You know what I'm saying? That's just a little food for thought. But I'm gonna go ahead and make this one of my last songs so we can move things on accordingly. I want y'all to get your hands in the air if you want some positive energy right now. If you want the chat, put 7 in the chat. 7 is the number of God in supreme mathematics, you heard? This one's for everyone going through hard times, difficulties in their lives, or who might be having the best day ever. I pray you have many more. Let's go. Yo, I pray for you, send love, patience, and strength to you. With the greatest of vibes, I am embracing you. I acknowledge your pain, yo, I can relate to you. Sending you prayers because I know that you can make it through the silence when love seems to be quiet and you're looking for the light. I pray you find it. I pray for your healing. Pray your happiness increases a million times over. I pray you hold it down like a soldier, folding never. From here it only gets better. Buried inside of your soul is a treasure worth more than gold when you never give up on yourself. I pray for your health. I pray for moments in your life to be thankful. I pray. Yes, I pray that there is no near end to your days. Life with longevity, happiness and positivity. Blessings divine, y'all. Thank y'all for listening. Thank y'all very much, family. Blessings divine, the life giving MC.
Yeah.
Y'all, I pray for you.
So
Good job. I love that. All that.
Thank you, sister. I appreciate it. Always working hard to put something positive in there for the people. You heard?
Unmute
What it's
those
all
mics
about.
and make some noise. Come on, yo.
woo!
I guess I'll just stand here and be quiet and kind of look at the screen because y'all looking at me like that. So,
Oh, I'm
Bless-
trying to get my stuff in order. You did really good.
well, I appreciate that. But even beyond that, like I finished. I don't know what's supposed to be. Am I
No,
supposed to
I'm,
plug
I'm
next?
trying
Or am I
to.
supposed to
I said,
moonwalk? What's happening?
No,
I send the happy hand, the happy clap emoji.
Oh, word. Yeah, space.
I got you, man. I'm sitting up here and
Nice, good job, nice.
I got some of the bios late, so I'm trying to
Oh, yeah, that's on me. Y'all know what? Unfortunately,
no,
even being woke, we ain't all broke the spell yet. You know what I mean?
it's all good, man. You know what I'm saying? It's not a problem. It just, But so next up, coming to the stage, Miss Judy Owen Holmes. You can unmute your mic and clap and make some noise. It's all right.
Woo!
Let's go, Miss Judy.
Hey.
All right, all right. So the
That's
first
my sister queen over there.
So the first piece I'm going to read, I wasn't going to write anything new tonight, and as I was sitting here, just listening to the panel, I wrote something new tonight. So anyway, it is titled "I Am Black," and I got it like that. Don't tell me that I can do this, but I can't do that. On the backs of Harriet Tubman and Sojourner Truth, one freed the slaves and the other stood up for her rights, which made a way for me and for you. I am black and I got it like that. No more excuses. Have some respect for those who went through it. Frederick Douglass saw to it by way of social reform and abolishing slavery. He paved the way for us to come together and claim the victory. We are black and we got it like that. So let's stop running around town making a lot of sound but not doing anything to bring our people around. We are still bound. Until we respect one another and show love to our sisters and our brothers. Today we have many in our community who are not bound and walk around with that mantle that was already passed down. We need to stand by them and give them support. Play the game like a sport, which we dominate on all levels. We are black and we got it like that.
Woo!
Yes.
You do have it like that. There you go.
Got it like that.
Yeah, she got it like that.
She brought it like that. Yeah.
And this, and
Thank you
this,
so
All
much,
right, Miss
Judy.
Judy.
and I have one more. You said 3 minutes, right?
But
Should
we're gonna do 2 rounds,
okay,
one
okay.
per round.
All right, gotcha. Thank you
Next up,
guys. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Next up, I've had the distinct pleasure of working with this woman, this young lady, this incredible artist, this, I don't know how many, you know, I would go on and on with all the incredible adjectives that I could find. She has encouraged many, many people to be uplifted. She has used her words to inspire. You know, and even when she was going through her own troubles in her life, she always found time to give. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce you to Liz, the emissary Filomeno.
Thank you. All right, and I have something that I wrote, and so I'll be reading it right now. My piece is called I Have a Dream. I have a dream that someday our justice system will be balanced. The scale will balance the scales, that our brothers and sisters will be treated with fairness. I have a dream that someday we will be treated with the respect that we deserve in today's social system. I have a dream that one day we can stop seeing color, that everyone will stop using color to incriminate us and stop making up reasons to discriminate against us. I have a dream that the racial divides will cease to exist. And after so many years where we resist, and resist, I have a dream in which we can breathe freely and not under the pressure of the knee, where bend a knee doesn't mean you bend it on our necks, where equality, justice, and fairness go hand in hand and it's just not an illusion, where our ideal life is not in the hand of somebody else's conclusion. We have contributed much to the world and lost many to establish our freedom. From slavery came many struggles, but also an immense amount of bravery to allow us the freedom to live the life we struggle to live, to educate our sons and daughters so they become the pillars of our society. Instead of lining the walls of the jail cells built to confine us, many fought so those jail cells wouldn't define us, so we can be called by our names and not a number. Slavery days weren't that long if you take the time to sit and remember. Our echo cries have fallen on deaf ears. Seconds after hours, after days, weeks, months, and years. It led to decades of sentences and persecution against us. And yet we will stand and continue to celebrate our heroes and our fellow man. We continue to thrive and push the boundaries set to keep us suppressed. We have pushed past so many barriers, yet they still find ways to keep us oppressed. We continue to march forward, arms locked, grabbing hold of our progress. We still running yards trying to score goals like it's a Super Bowl. Yet despite our struggle, we have much to celebrate. We're not getting halftime shows, so we are with all the glam and glitter. We're not even getting a ring to show off our defeats, and we ain't bitter. We just trying to get rid of these chains they keep putting us in, but we're not submissing. I just hope we stay woke. Don't drop the ball, because our youths are watching and our haters are listening. The shadows continue to plan our demise where they congregate. But those who discriminate don't even understand that their black hearts can be cured because of a black man. That their ability to grow is stunned by their inability to see past the colors of our skin. That the beauty in our blackness comes from our melanin. And that the blindness to our beauty is seriously depriving them. We have so much to offer the world, but they are blinded by their bigotry. It seems they have learned nothing, even though the lessons are written in our history. We have our freedom fighters and they continue to inspire us. We celebrate the insight to the other side of the doors they fought to open and the bridges they built for us to cross. In spite of all this, here's a little history. We have Black History Month was established by way of a weekly celebration in February known as Negro History Week by historian Carter G. Woodson, who lobbied extensively to establish Black History Month as a nationwide celebration among many others. Black History Month was established by is a tribute to African American men and women who have made significant contributions to America and the rest of the world in the fields of science, politics, laws, sports, the arts, entertainment, and many other fields. While Black History Month is synonymous with prominent figures such as Martin Luther King Jr., Harriet Tubman, Rosa Parks, Muhammad Ali, Jackie Robinson, Langston Hughes, Maya Angelou, George Washington Carver, and Barack Obama, there are countless other African Americans who've made profound impacts in history, like self-made millionaire Madam C.J. Walker, astronaut May C. Jamison, open heart surgeon, Daniel Hell Williams, an inventor, Garrett Morgan, media mogul, Oprah Winfrey, the father of Black history, Carter G. Woodson. African Americans have played a crucial role in helping the advance of American business, political, and cultural landscape in what is today and since 1976. Every U.S. president has designated the month of February as Black History Month to honor the achievement and the resilience of Black communities. Following the lead of those trailblazers throughout American history, today's Black history makers are shaping not only today, but tomorrow. From helping to develop a COVID-19 vaccine to breaking barriers in the White House and in the C-suite. Below are 23 leaders who are shattering glass ceilings in their wide-ranging roles, such as Kamala Harris, Rosalind Brewer, Dr. Kizzmekia S. Corbett, Victor J. Glover, the first Black astronaut to live and work in the International Space Station for an extended stay. Amanda Gorman, Raphael Warnock, Georgia's first Black senator, Rashida Jones, Sandra Lindsay, Nicholas Johnson, who is Princeton's first Black valedictorian, Nicholas Johnson, I'm sorry, I repeated that. Cynthia St. Marshall, Corey Bush, Alicia Bowler, Noah Harris, Sidney Barber, Jesse Collins, Nia DaCosta, Aka Evans, Jason Wright, and Dana Connery, the first Black person to head the major publishing imprint. And by the way, Jason Wright is the first Black president of the National Football League team. And Aka Evans is the first Black woman to run a self-driving car company. Now, those things are pretty impressive. So I continue with, I had a dream that we, the people, came together as one united front. I had a dream that we racist no more. I had a dream that we struggle no more. I had a dream where George Floyd was breathing and Breonna Taylor was just in her kitchen cooking dinner for her family. I had a dream that we no longer had to recycle our people, that no one else had to die so we could push forward and succeed, that we made it so these losses of life were not in vain. We shouldn't experience any more persecution or endure another ounce of pain. But it was just a dream, and I woke up to our reality. So we must continue to fight for our rights and find this elusive thing we call equality. Despite the L's, we celebrate our martyrs. Our future is still a mystery, but I think we'll be okay as long as we never forget our history. Thank you.
Yeah, Liz.
Great job, Liz.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz.
Bye.
That was dope. Did it dope.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you, Liz. Woo!
Thank you, guys.
like that.
Thanks.
Next up to the microphone, it is my pleasure to introduce the Miss Dominica Davis.
Woo! Thank you. My poem is
Let's
called
go, Dominica.
My poem is called Black History, or History That Is Black. Black history or history that is Black are basically the same. The only thing that differs is which comes first in the title of the name. What has made the difference and what has really changed? From the past until today, I only see multiple attempts to rebirth a legacy of pain. I still see Blacks crying. I still see Blacks trying. I still see mothers scared, but now it's not just our sons and men, it's also us women dying. So many Black men getting killed live on film. Innocent women, oh my bad, an EMT shot in her home in her bed. Her death was on a whim. The killer still got paid heavy cream for them. No justice for her yet? Sorry, but that milk is likely skim. A Black NFL player refused to stand and kneeled on the field, and then he lost his job. A white cop knelt on George Floyd's neck, and the world stood by and watched as that police officer stopped that man's heartthrob. Hunted like an animal while jogging like the doctor their health. Trapped and blocked on his path like a runaway slave. They know that we are worth so much wealth. Killed for falling asleep or with your daughter in your own car. Or shot in the back while fleeing or screaming, I can't breathe, because you fear the enemy and recognize who they truly are. My kids and grandkids will think this is Black history, and I have a responsibility to make them understand that by Jehovah's hand, they were born free. And so I must fulfill my purpose to deviate and alleviate the enemy's ultimate plan. I'll have to remind them of why Martin Luther King Jr. actually marched. I'll have to remind them of why so many ancestors couldn't quench their thirst, where whites only signs hung above drinking fountains when they were so parched. I'll have to remind them that Malcolm X said by any means necessary. Why they called Ida B. Wells a muckrucker and Harriet Tubman is so legendary. I'll have to remind them of where Rosa Parks sat. So many other things and powerful Black people who died with their legacy and liberty in full tact. But the hardest thing I will be explaining is the difference of what is Black history versus a history that just seems so dark and Black. Thank you.
You did it all. Great job. I loved it.
Okay.
That was good, Dominica. Very good.
Amazing. Amazing.
Thank you.
Wow.
Next up, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure. Actually, before that, this is what I'm gonna do. I want to go back for a moment and I just want to read over some of the bios. Those who already performed. Blessed Divine is an artist whose mission is to raise the consciousness of the people, a breath of fresh air among the newer generations. Many say it's reminiscent of the golden age of hip hop. He's called the life-giving MC because he gives a living knowledge of growth and inspiration in his music. He is also a producer known as Dreamworthy Beats and teaches the knowledge to how to grow food as a co-founder of Samad Gardens Initiative. Judy Owen Holmes works as a long-term substitute teacher of the City of Springfield School since 2012. She serves as a union steward for the local 1459 for substitute teacher. Give it up for her. Give it up for that. Come on, y'all, make noise, man. A steward. Let's go. You know, I was talking to someone the other day.
Yeah.
You know, people's lack of knowledge of unions and why we need unions. So I got to give it up for you. She has joined WIN, Women's in NAACP for the WIN. She also serves on WILD, Women in Leadership Development, with the program committee. She recently joined the board of directors of VFI, Voices from Inside. She also writes poetry for the group. Currently, she's working on a master's of theology at the New York Christian Bible College. Judy is also a licensed chaplain. Liz, the emissary Filomeno, poet and speaker of Springfield, Massachusetts, from Puerto Rico, raised in Harlem, New York, and the Bronx, New York, raised with 6 brothers, 2 older sisters, in her own space. Her life was a traumatic one. She thought a lot about a better one. She thought about life as a little girl and how free she was in Puerto Rico and how much she misses it. It was a confusing time, but the thoughts in her head never stopped. Years ago through Facebook, she started writing a little here and there publicly. She wrote just to get things off her mind. She thought about performing publicly. And when she did, she was impressed that she can get out of her own way and let her gift shine and share it with the world. And as she listened, that was the story in the beginning of how the emissary came to be. She became a poet alongside other things. She's a teacher's assistant, and for many years she found herself lecturing the class. Hold on, I gotta mute people's mics. Sorry about that. She became a poet alongside other things. She's a teacher's assistant for many years. She found herself lecturing classes that gave her the format to speak about many things and share her opinion and thoughts and experience on life and just simply the classwork. She had wrote, "What inspires me to write or speak is the freedom to release and ability to reach people who think they're alone in the world. Life is hard, and sometimes we as people think whatever is happening is only happening to us. And I want them to know that they are not alone." She chose the poetry name The Emissary because she has a gift. And when she shares her poetry, she's delivering a message. For that little while, she's the messenger. You can go and you can read more up on Liz. And now I want to introduce to you Joanne Gardner, who has performed at venues ranging the Comedy Store to Biola University. She has performed and composed for a U.S. Senator and staged shows at the African American History Museum and the Antelope Valley Museum of History and Art. She has performed for the deaf community with Heidi Duckler Dance Theater and with the Golden All-Stars at Catalina Bar and Grill. She was the keynote speaker for the graduating class of 2018 at Gardena High School. She is a distinguished Toastmaster and has completed 2 books of poetry, Return to Kemet and Return, the Talented Tenth. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Joanne Gardner.
Black boys often waste their imaginations. As children, they tell the tallest tales. They run faster, fly farther than anyone they know. Baseball and football become all-consuming Herculean events in massive Egyptian arenas and temples. Stories of heroes are Goliath in proportion, like Nimrod building a tower to heaven, prevented only by God himself. Or Imhotep deciding that he, a Black man, who was once a Black boy, could become the father of modern medicine, as well as design the first solar calendar. Black boys often intimidate the majority. Even Hitler couldn't stop Jesse's speed, and he believed Jesse was inferior. Run, Jesse. See Jesse run. Run from Martin, Malcolm, Medgar, and me. Run into the face of fear. Run to shed light on history. Run to receive the honor you will never receive at home. Run for Black boys who are afraid to continue dreaming, believing, and wishing because too many are dismayed. Run for Black boys who cease to climb because of inferior, inadequate education. Run for Black boys who don't know that Hercules was an Egyptian god confiscated by the Greeks, who don't know that Imhotep, Nimrod, and Jesse were Black boys who could look around at a world and see a world big enough for their imaginations. Thank you.
Yes, Joanne.
See it all.
Beautiful.
Amazing.
Amazing. Yes.
And now you know.
Thanks.
And now you know why she's a Toastmaster.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, next up to the microphone is Whitney Rainwater.
I go.
Yes, Whitney, yes.
Okay, here I go. When people ask me what I do, I reply I'm a model, believe it or not. I live my life acting as myself, inspiring others to live their truths, to seek to be themselves unapologetically. I'm a model, helping other women see true beauty in themselves. I encourage them to lift their voices and stand tall. I have danced in many styles throughout my life, painting my dreams into a reality, only furthering my love for art and what seems to be make believe. I express myself through modeling strength while painting pretty smiles on my face, my eyes taking in beauty while finding art in every crevice of life and the possibilities. I found my voice in art and love, finding creativity in the songs being whispered to my soul. In doing so, I found my roots and myself entwined in my people's history. I fell in love with my melanin painted skin while living in this seemingly picture perfect world. I witnessed what it was like to live with ebony glazed skin. My people were killed and being painted unequally. I found through my art my voice would be heard because I refused to be blotted out. Our ancestors would not be painted over nor erased. Their photos will not be held within a crooked frame, so we can be abused and our color fade, like an old Polaroid tucked away in a history book long forgotten on a library shelf, dimming their radiant sun-blessed skin. I paint my words to speak on the injustice of all our people, to paint a vivid memory of our strength and of our light. I'm a model so other queens see their beauty in themselves and continue to fight, never allowing a thief to steal their image nor their sight. We stand together, painting our souls in unity, kissed by the sun, wrapped in the hues of the dancing moon, as we move and we sway to the spellings and lyrics of knowledge, being painted and photographed, modeling my inspiration, the art of war, dedicated to Sun Tzu and my family.
Yes, sis, yes.
Nice. Nice.
Okay.
Amazing, Ms. Whitney.
Can somebody say okay?
Thank you.
Okay. I hear. Normally I'd make the mistake and say I see, but dang it, I hear. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, let me tell y'all something about Corlina. Are you here? Because I can't see her. Can anybody else see her?
I see her right there.
I see her. I see her.
All right. Well, let me tell y'all this. So one time at band camp, no, let me stop. One time I asked, I said, would you mind come and performing at my open mic? And she said yes. I was like, cool, that's dope. This is gonna be dope. Cause she's gonna perform at the open mic. So it's gonna be dope, right? So she came down and she did this monologue. Oh man, listen. If you guys go to the website, poeticrecovery.net, and you can see the video, right? Paulina does this piece, man, and she just bore her soul and let it all out, man. Her personal experiences and everything, man.
Thank you.
You know when you create something and you're like, yeah, this is gonna do this. This is what this is about, right? And then there's unintended consequences, right? People are gonna use it for what they're gonna use it for. She came out, and when she was done, people knew that they do not have to be ashamed of their past. Their past does not determine who you are, and that healing is possible. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce you to Paulina Lewis.
Thank you. After that introduction and after all the great poet and artists that have gone, I feel like, because I tried to write something for this, but I really just wanted to talk about somebody I feel like more of us should know. So I just wrote about him, and I just want more people to know about him. So it's Primus P. Mason. I don't know if many people know about his life.
Oh, he's the man. He is the, my bad.
Yeah, he's great. So I just want to talk about him. Like, super dope. So a lot of us in Springfield don't know who he is, but we know the Mason name, as in Mason Square. That's where I grew up, right on Girard Avenue. Walked to Mason Square so much as a child. So, and it wasn't until 3 years ago, my cousin and I were visiting Oak Grove Cemetery and stumbled across this huge tombstone. Now I thought, like, this must be some very important person to have a tombstone like this. So I researched him. So Primus P. Mason had a great story, such a story. He was born in 1817 in Munson to free parents. So his parents died when he was young, and he was indentured, like many poor children, to a farmer. So the farmer was cruel and beat him, and even had his son beat him. The legend has it that the farmer did this in hopes that Primus would run away. And Primus did just that at 20 years old, saving the farmer $12. So he didn't have to pay him according to the legal terms of his indenture. I'm sorry. I wrote something, but I'm gonna exit. All right. After he left Munson, he came to Springfield. He was one of the first Blacks to start buying real estate. He left in 1849 to pursue the gold rush in California. Came back to Springfield just a year later when it didn't work. Now, at this time, he was on his second marriage. The first one was to Sybil Washington, and she died, and he married Lucretia Seymour the same year. The couple had a daughter, Emily Jane. After Mr. Mason returned, he was a comfortably wealthy man from wisely investing in real estate on the Hill, which was still not yet developed. He was one of the wealthiest men in Springfield. Others in Springfield wanted to buy in areas that were already booming, but Mr. Mason was smart and he had the wisdom and instinct to know that one day this area is going to make a lot of money. So Mr. Mason sold some of his land to the city. You know, the place where the motorcycle building is, he owned that place. He sold that to the city. And then he started selling land to the McKnight brothers, who were trying to acquire as much land as they could in the area for their own development. So pairing with them added to his own personal fortunes. He had even heard that the Munson farmer that did him wrong was attempting to purchase land for $40, and Primus had the means to buy him out at $60, and then resold it to the farmer for $100, because life is just sweet like that sometimes. He had a street named after him on which he lived on in recognition to his contribution to the people of this city. He outlived his daughter and all three of his wives and passed away on January 12th, 92. He gave majority of his fortune to his extended family, which was a whole lot. Then the rest of it, he wanted it to go to a home where men could grow old, despite their ability to pay. And in 1904, a home was built in Primus Mason's honor with his money. And it's still there today. We all know it on Walnut Street. It's still there today. And it's not just for men now. It started off with men, now it's women too. So his home is no longer up, but in 1989, they renamed Winchester Square to Mason Square, rightfully so. Now, after I read that, I thought, with all the contributions this man made to this city, why wasn't he taught in Springfield Public Schools? You know, why don't more people know about him? Everyone, you know, and it's probably because he was Black. So today we celebrate that Black man and so many others that contributed to the advancement of our community. Thank you.
Nice.
Nice.
That was
Original. Nice.
that
Yo,
was very knowledgeable. That told me some things that I didn't know. Very knowledgeable. Thank you for sharing that.
I told y'all. Like she see what y'all walked away. Y'all walking away with some new knowledge. You feel what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
Thank you.
Paulina, I appreciate that.
I appreciate you so
Thank you.
much.
I learned about Primus Mason years back when I was they started building this organization, the Primus Mason Community Technological Community Center. I taught a computer class there, hands-on tech hardware class. And by the time I was done, people who've never even looked inside of a computer before were able to put together a computer working together as a community. You know, it was short, but each one learned something about it, whether it was the CPU, the RAM, the hard drive, and together all of them were able to take that knowledge and put that computer back together and turn it on. Still to this day, I can't get a job at a computer company, but I can do that. So, hey, it is what it is. But thank you so much, Quilina, for that knowledge. And now people know who one of the leaders of Springfield has always been, Primus Mason. We're going to take a small break. We're going to come back, and then we're going to go again, and we're going to rock it. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Maurice, I'm gonna be calling it a night.
Yeah, I was gonna text you. We're still streaming. Thank you very much. I hope you have a wonderful night.
Okay, thank you. Well, we'll talk soon.
Okay, thank you.
Talking to you, do you believe in freedom? And I will to the until the killing of black men, mother son is as important as the killing of white men. White mother sons, do you believe in freedom? Sing it with me if you like it. Do you believe in freedom? And God frees come to the older I get, the better I know, and the secret of my going on is when the reins are in the hands of the young who dare to run against the storm. Cause to me, young people come first. They have the courage where we fail. I can find in the shade some light as they carry us through the gate. We believe in freedom, and I live. Can't be talking to you. We believe in freedom, and God is coming to us. And I'm struggling myself, don't need a whole lot. I've come to realize that teaching others to stand up and fight is the only way my struggle survives. I'm a woman who speaks it able and asks others to be heard. At times I can be quite difficult. I'm allowed to go backwards. Believe in freedom, and I we talking to we believe in freedom, and God is content. Not needing to clutch for power, not needing just a shine on me. I need to be one in the number, stand against tyranny. We believe in freedom, and I oh, we believe in freedom, and I let's come to it.
No, I'm gonna give it to you. Hold on, let me look it up real quick. So the meeting number is 182 421 8359. And then the password is X 8 S lowercase s. Yeah, S is in Sam. Capital F 9 lowercase q lowercase f. Yep, lowercase f is in Frank, lowercase f. Yeah. No, capital Z, capital Q, and the number 6. Yep.
Over me.
Okay, cool.
Before
Peace.
I be your slave, I'll
In my grave.
and go home to my Lord.
And be free. Come on, y'all, sing this with me.
Freedom. Oh, freedom.
All right, y'all, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. We're going to start off with Joanne Gardner.
Our greatest contribution to the world is not just religion, not just inventions. It's our music. In fact, Quincy Jones said that we are the most emulated people on the planet. So with this piece, I give homage to our people. The piece is called Music Man. The words suspended and holding, while syncopated melodic pipes and dreams chase vibrations that march and follow beats in time. Calling to you like Pied Pipers, down, up, around, half notes that speak in languages too foreign for common ears. Scales evolving, floating, anchored to drums and puzzles that confuse and thrill, yet demand and receive recognition. Arrangements unarranged until passion shows you an imaginary door, a lock, a key, a formula in which no one but a music man can see. Enter into juke joints and Harlem nights that lead to gospel, swing, hip hop, and soul, revealing a rhythm man expressing himself in cymbals, solos, synthesizers, symphonies, sound, symbolic of African tribal drums, connecting compositions, communicating passion in once complicated tongues, called performance songs. We forever have you in song. Mahalia Jackson, Miriam Anderson, Louis Armstrong, Billie Holiday, Miles Davis, Lena Horne, Paul Robeson, John Coltrane, Ella Fitzgerald, Count Basie, Ray Charles, Bob Marley, Marvin Gaye, Tupac Shakur, and least we not forget Whitney, Prince, Michael, and Luther. My friend, Yusef Rahman. We comprehend your vision, cherishing the memories, and together we'll sing the heart songs, legacy of a music man who traveled through eternity to rejoin, renew, receive, reconnect with the original word. Thank you.
Nice, Ms. Joanne.
Thank you.
Yes.
Wow. Holy, I can't say that word. But what I can say is holy beautifulness. That was a great poem.
Thank you.
Joanne Gardner. Oh, I read your bio, didn't I? Okay. I was about to come in hot. You know what I'm saying? All right, ladies and gentlemen, bring to you Miss Dominica Davis.
Okay, I thought you was doing bio, sorry.
Didn't I read your bio? No? Hold on.
I don't think so. It's okay. Let me just.
No, hold up. Let me go back. Let me go into this bio. Hold on. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen, and my sincere apologies to you, Dominica. Dominica Shamar is a multifaceted artist who's modeling, performing poetry, and acting. After high school, she enrolled into music business college and songwriting. Writing and rapping was a way to escape the world's woes and a form of self-healing. Shamar's empathy led her down a path of mentoring, using her poetic prowess to not only dig deep, but encourage others to heal and live their best life. Dominica Shamar uses her traumatic childhood as a reminder to empathize. Thus, it's fitting that she has obtained a certification to become a holistic wellness coach, entrepreneur, and mentor. Due to her creative poetic style of lyricism, she has become widely accepted in poetic recovery. Please log on to the website to see the bios and to see her bio as well. Dominica Davis, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. I have a prior piece that I'm gonna go over. I'm just calling it February Black portion of Black History. I really don't name my pieces all the time, so I apologize for that. But anywho, they say Black History is allowed only once a month, but I'm Black every day, and the way they killing us seems like Black History is truly just for the hunt. I'm sorry, not sorry that I gotta be so blunt, but that's why most of the Black people I know want to get rich quick just so they can stunt. The shortest month of the year and the color of the smallest coin, known as the worthless tear. They call us a gang that everyone seems to want to join. I talked to my granny day in and day out. She told me not much has changed, but she did live to see a Black president and a Black female VP that has progressed about. She told me that the killing of unarmed Black folks in the 20th century at an all-time rate was thus happening in her youth, here and now here to date. Fighting for a country that kidnapped us, but still keeps a bounty on our head. They sold us off and made our ancestors watch their own kids and family members be killed cold dead. So it's his story of Blacks, and as usual, we always end up on our backs. So I'll keep creating my stories of so many Blacks where we land 10 toes down in the front, never no more put in the back. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dominica. I appreciate your contribution.
Awesome, yeah. She got my attention.
And I gotta say that
I turned my camera on to hear so I can see and hear her.
I gotta say that what you all witnessing here tonight, those of you outside of our virtual space, is all the people here have connected to poetic recovery in some way. And the words and the strength and the encouragement that you're hearing is what we're all about. Rebuilding our communities, encouraging the healing, and letting people know that it's okay to laugh. It's okay to cry. It's okay to be angry, as long as we're moving forward while we're doing all of that. So I want to thank all these incredible panelists and artists who've shown up and have definitely shown out. Ladies and gentlemen, bring back to you Liz Filomeno.
Yes, Liz.
Like a deer in headlights. We can come back to you, Liz.
Yeah, come back to me because I'm trying to find my piece. I have to go over.
I got you. Thank you so much, Liz. We'll be here. So here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. I want you all to put type of word in the chat, and I'm gonna take those words and I'm gonna come up with a piece, a creative piece for Black history. Who wrote Zozer? Okay. All right. Okay. You know, some people want to give me words I never heard before, but it's all good. It's all right. I am not gonna walk away from the challenge, Miss Joanne Gardner. I'm not gonna walk away from it. I got peanut butter, tartar sauce, really? Blessings divine, really tartar sauce? Wow. Black kids, you know what? Don't even try it. I'm gonna mute you anyway. Who else got a word? Now go ahead, bro. Your mic was on mute. What do you guys say?
I was saying that it was a hit last time I gave you tartar sauce. Remember back at when we were live at the venue and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, it ain't a hit.
It was slapping.
It ain't a hit now. But all right, it is what it is.
Life is what you make it, homie. You know what I mean?
And I hear you. I'm gonna make it great right now. I'm gonna love you too. I'm gonna love you too afterwards too. Sean gave me.
All right, watch his next word then. Watch his next word then. Watch this.
Sean gave me peanut butter. I can't with y'all, man. Dominica, what you giving me? Let's go. Did Miss Crawford give me a word? She hasn't given me one yet. Liz, you haven't given me a word either. Come on now.
What kind of word you want, brother?
I ain't about it. It's up to you. I'm not trying to cheat.
All right. Well, let's do Allah.
No,
let's do the messenger. Let's do Master Farad.
Yeah, one word. Put in the chat.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Wow. I'm only using one, blessings. He gave me amygdala. It's a part of
it's pronounced amygdala. It's pronounced amygdala. Okay.
Yo, can you turn your mic
All
off?
right.
Can you turn your mic?
See, you've been working all these years to get me to actually show up, and then you got me work on me longer to get me to start talking, and now you want me to shut up. Okay.
You can call it amygdala if you want. How did you pronounce it?
Amygdala.
Amygdala. I know it's part of the brain. What an embarrassment. Man. But you know what I can say on my behalf is that I am not an expert on the body. And I'm willing to bet that 70% of society don't know what it is. But at least I was familiar with it. So amygdala. All right. Anybody else got a word? Ayana gave me peace. Aristocrat was given to me by Liz.
I gotta say, someone just messaged me privately saying that tartar sauce was a good one. I ain't gonna name no names, but I just got the message.
Well, you tell that someone. You know what? Yeah. Anyway, I don't know who that someone is, and I don't want to say nothing rude, and it'd be Miss Joanne or Ayana because they're my elders. So I don't want to disrespect my elders. So, or Liz, who's really my elder, my elder. So, and that's who I think it was. So, But anyway, we love to have fun. We love to joke, so you know we can lighten up a little bit. All right. So the word
I'm changing mine to conduit.
Nope, you can't. It's already written in. It's in black and white already. All right. So the word you gave me. Go ahead. You can add another word. I'm only doing it because you got people in the community, in the virtual community, talking about let her have it, let her Dominica, let her have it.
Conduit. Conduit.
If it ain't in the chat, it ain't getting used. That's all I gotta say about that.
I sent it already.
All right. So the words y'all gave me was tart. Oh my god. It's tartar sauce, peanut butter, Zoser. What in the world? It is a zo. What and how do you pronounce it? Zoozer? Come on, Joanne, get on the mic. Defend yourself. And your Z word.
Zoser.
What is it? What does it mean?
It's an Egyptian god.
All right. Palm tree, amygdala, axis, peace, aristocrat, conduit. I'm not messing with you, blessings, man. Why don't you just like sit down somewhere, bro? Dude gave me Canis lupus.
I'd love to break it to you, but I am sitting. Thank you.
What's Canis lupus?
That is the scientific name for a wolf, sir.
Okay. All right. I don't even see how any of this has to do with Black history.
That's the fun part, man. That's the fun part. Use your innovation, your inspiration, and the motivation to everything that makes you sacred.
Well,
because you are Maurice, the man, soul fighter, Taylor, and you put the words together like can't nobody else do it in the universe because you are special. You just need a challenge.
Zoser, I can see how that has to do with Black history. And okay. Okay. I was walking on the street, stomping my feet. No, stop. Stole the rhyme for somebody. It was a hot, very hot day. I've been walking for miles, just as they say, trying to find myself, collecting my thoughts and putting them into my mental bank, trying to hold on to them as I didn't have any pen, I didn't have a pencil, and I didn't have any paper, but I didn't want to forget as I often do, but I made mention in my mind of the beautiful things that I seen as I was walking down the street, the beautiful creations and the beautiful beings. I began to think about the past and how I would have responded as so many. Found myself getting exhausted, so I stumbled over to a palm tree under which I sat. As I was planning on resting for a bit and then getting back to my feet and heading on towards my journey, as I was looking around, I saw a blanket spread out on the grass, saw a picnic basket. I saw a man and a woman laughing and giggling. They seemed to be enjoying their time. She had in her hand what seemed to be the last bite of a peanut butter jelly sandwich, which brought to my mind the founder of the Peanut, George Washington Carver. I wondered if I could be as great, if I can go even further. And he seemed to have a piece of fish at the edge of his fork that was dipped into tartar sauce as he put it into his mouth, and he savored each bite. Made me wish that my parents were in my life. But as I looked to the situation and seeing their children crawling around and joking around with dad, wrestling, grabbing dad by the neck as to say, I am the junkyard dog, one of the greatest wrestlers to ever exist in the WWF. I sat there. Tears started to stream down my eyes. And I wondered, what if we knew other gods? What if we knew who Zoser was? How would our lives be different? How would we speak? Would we be afraid to defend ourselves? Seems like the aristocrats crafted the greatest plot ever in the history of the world to control a population. Is it too late to bounce back? Could we hold on, it's the feature artist. Hello? All right. Thank you, Artie. Peace. And as I was interrupted by a call from the feature artist, Artie Robb, I wondered, what if we, in all the hoods across the United States of America, what if we, in the suburban homes, what if we took to the streets? What if we took to our jobs? What if we took to our positions like a Candace Lupus, quiet, hardly ever seen? But what if we moved in silence? What if we behave and acted just as rebelliously and just as loving? Would the world love us? Would they paint us on lunch boxes? Would they paint us on their pillows? Would they then put us in their movies as someone to be adored, yet feared if you crossed into our territory uninvited, if you hurt our children? Would the world then think of us differently? other than mere property? Would then we have peace? Why do I have to think that it should come to such? I wonder. What must happen for this to change? And in this dream, I saw the world turning on its axis. And the universe spoke to me. And it said, if you minus all the contributions that Black people have had, look again at the earth. And the earth was bare. Homes, there were none. Cars, there were none. Computers, there were none. Traffic lights, there were none. Peanut butter, there was none because there were no peanuts. So you see, it is important to know who you are and where you come from. But if you don't know, your children wouldn't know. And if your children don't know where they come from, then they will always be controlled. The amygdala will always produce depression, sadness. Emotions will be out of order. So I encourage you to learn about your history so that you can know. One of the greatest reasons why we're able to travel on this vehicle we call Earth in style. For if you take away everything that your ancestors have contributed, society will lose their mind. So before you go to sleep tonight, if you're one that pray or meditate, thank all those that bled, that fought for us to be here. And to know that you, your voice, your expressions, your actions on a journey to greatness and to creating a path to greater freedom. Thank you. I can't with y'all with those words, man, and Black History Month. I can't with y'all, man. I just can't.
Yo, it's just practice, son. It's just practice.
Good job. Good job, Maurice.
I'm gonna turn it over to Blessings Divine MC, the life-giving MC.
So I guess I'll ride to this real quick. This right here, one of my favorites right here. Give me all the 10 seconds, family. So yeah, shout out to Brother Maurice for that poem. My man, sure get him. And by the time we're done with this dude, he gonna be like Supernatural. If y'all know who he is, he's a top tier freestyle MC. My man about to be like Supernat one of these days. Cause this dude is incredible. So Maurice, you almost there, homie.
So I'm just curious, if I'm almost there, where am I?
You're like somewhere in the middle of the peanut butter. Or if I were to say something, you were in the flow like a fish, but you got caught in the sauce like tartar. That's not your top 5 starters. You know what I'm saying? It's all the fun things in life. All right, let me pull this joint up right here.
I rocks with that.
So yeah, I got a more of a free association rhyme style. So things that don't necessarily make sense because of how I put them together, I can make it make sense, and that is a gift I love, and I practice it all the time. But it's kind of unusual for a lot of people to see how one thing will have to do with another. But that's part of the beauty of poetry. All right, here we go. So this one right here is it's actually my favorite track off of my old EP called Free. It's called Get the Feeling. Yeah. My light shine that brighter than all of your diamonds. Who's more vibrant and styling when it's finally time for rhyming? It's the pinnacle. You find that mind is strong, my mind the calm. I'm dropping bombs on mics, flow was tight all throughout the night, causing life to affect you more pleasantly. Effortless with finesse, dressed medleys, steadily getting DPROPs, lyricism sharper than samurai swords without the sheath. That means I cut to the point and I cut deep, not to the flesh, but to the thought and idea. I be penetrating heavyweight when I be stepping mic in hand, giving the blessings, lessons, and degrees. Poetry is deep, flow be like the sea. My height tension, the optics in my bright pen light, lightning striking again, vibe like a violin. Hala Musa receiving revelation, divine like in God's image and likeness. My origin, tall to order, Asiatic diaspora, purpose in raising the people unique to those with the water. Exercising my light to reach the minds of perfect timing. Entering the atmosphere of your thoughts, kinda like a comet. Wipe you with the polish, got you good at shining, visualizing that your values even higher than the tallest skyscraper. Wake up to who you really is, commit to it with diligence. If you serious, the power never comes out to those who hope and wish. Maintain faith in your ability to be the illest. Y'all feel it, your praises are drill it, raising your spirits grow higher than you ever thought that you could before. Lyrical, cause I spit medicinal vibrations, brain waves heightening with every conversation. The universe is one word, unheard by those who don't believe in the magic in themselves and refuse to grow. That right there is Get the Feeling off my EP called Free. That came out like 2019, I think. Yeah, something like that. So would it be you good for right now? Y'all want more? I can't hear you, homie.
You got some minutes left, bro. Rock it.
I got okay. All right, I can do my thing. Hold up,
Man,
hold
you
up.
in
Like
the
James Brown said, I can
right
do
now,
my thing.
man. Let the world hear your voice. Said the
All right, so
light driven MC resuscitate.
All right, so this next one is off of my latest project called New Genesis. Let me just slip this on real quick. Head this away.
Yo, I got one question for you, bro.
Shoot, homie.
Is it sunny in your room?
No, sir. That is just good lighting. Yeah, being a visual artist and stuff like that, you gotta have good lighting, or else you're gonna go crazy. Because you can't see what it looks like. You know what I mean? But this one's called Spirit of the Thing. Special shout out to my man Andre Donovan Keene III. Yeah. We're a long way from the path. Just look at all the aftermath that's on the app. Something just don't add. There's something basic about life we gotta have. Cause no, everything ain't alright. I hate to nag, but we too distracted. Don't fall back to sleep. You know what, cousin? You know she catches when we bugging. You know most of the cowards don't really care about injustice. You know half of these dudes be fronting. Cause so long as they got a home that's outside the danger zone, times can get real and days can get cold. But so long as they know them is toasted, you're warm, they straight. Mad food on your dinner plate, attitude, It sucks to be you. Social justice ain't a hobby you can sometimes do. Someone got shot in my building. I tried to save him, couldn't heal him. His blood on me, I still feel it. I still hear the cries of all our babies at night. So much pain. Thank God for keeping it on my brain. And so I maintain always focus. Lanes went back to normal. But normal for us means more Glocks that squeeze. Dropped by police, homelessness, poverty. How many blacks you know own property? Just some perspective, cause most would rather not address it. No sports on TV make it more upset than loss of life, loss of hope, no insight, spiritual eye closed, forced into a life of survival, the concrete jungle. Big questions most ain't got time for. It's the spirit of the thing. I spit it so we can take wing, live lives a bit more clean, a bit more light in the dark of which we can steer towards. I got mine, and may it help you get yours. Life is better with a simple choice. The lesser waste we need to abort. You need to understand that you're greater than outside circumstance. The beauty of who you are truly. Listen to my words, they flow through me. And shout out to rest in peace, my man Andre. But that was a real scenario. Someone got shot in my building. I tried to save him, couldn't heal him. His blood on me, I still feel it. That was 2 days after my birthday last year. You know what I'm saying? That's just to say, it's not necessarily a sad thing. It's like it's something that happened to me. Like, I'm not the victim here. This young man lost his life. You know what I mean? He's not like the only one. There's so many of us who lose our lives all the time based off of what? But that's why we need people like us out here, right now, doing what we got to do, because every young person is a chance to save 1 million people. You ain't got to think of it like that. You ain't got to know how, who, what, when, why, how. The world is connected today in the way it never has been before. The world is not getting bigger. It's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Because I got a little thing called a phone. It's not for calling people no more. It's for, like, seeing people in China. You know what I mean? My man Hong Ten, yo, what up, son? I see you over there. I can see your face like you're right in front of me. You know what I mean? So it's nothing for someone with a little bit of knowledge of how to do this thing to hit 1 million or so people with a positive, uplifting message. And that's what it's all about. So it's all about, getting out there and really helping people. And here's one I actually haven't done live yet. This one's called Time Doesn't Heal. But the beat is bomb. People say things have changed. Oh, I pressed the button right there. Hold up. I pressed the button right there. Yeah, I did. People say things have changed, but they ain't. How they treat us today is still as slaves, still as property. Treat blacks like a game of Monopoly. Take a stand like Diddy and Cannon, they demand an apology. If we were free, why can't we talk like it? They call us niggas and monkeys. No one goes and tells them to be quiet. Even with COVID-19 plaguing our society, I still see the hate in their eyes for me. They say that time's supposed to heal it, but we still feel it. The pain of them killing black men, women, and children. Feel the filth that they think of us. Time can't erase it. Centuries have gone by, and we still in the same places, same relationship. Black slave and white master, white Jesus, white minds inside the black masses. Similar to scripture, picture the rich man and Lazarus. Truth is, we're a stolen people, and we're the ones that captured us. And the reason I like to bring up that story is it's important to have an understanding of how we got here. Now, I'm not saying that every single thing is the white man's fault. No, I am not saying that. Because at some point, no matter what you've been through, you have to take responsibility for your own condition and where you are in your own life. It don't really matter what you've been through. And if you're going to always give your power to change your life to somebody else because of whatever reason, you know what I mean, then you're not going to help yourself get to where you got to go, and you ain't going to help no one else get to where they got to go. So that's another piece of what it's all about right there. You know what I'm saying? That makes sense, y'all? Can I get an amen, or can I get... I don't know.
Amen.
Indeed,
Thank you.
indeed.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. You know what I'm saying? But life is this really, really beautiful.
Amen. Yes.
Thank you. Thank y'all. Life is such a beautiful thing. Thank you, sir. Life is this amazingly beautiful thing that we just tend to take for granted because of what? You know what I'm saying? We still here. We still have the chance to make something bigger. I don't care what you've been through. There's always something better coming. Look forward. Look ahead. Look ahead. There's something great that's coming. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm someone who survived domestic abuse. You know what I'm saying? I can be upset over what happened to me, or I can just decide that was just God giving me all the materials I needed to make these moves I'm about to make. Because when I do what I do, I hit a deeper root and a deeper core, and I have more impact than a lot of other people who haven't been through these situations. You know what I'm saying? Some of us get too not to be too preachy, but some of us get all selfish with our pain and whatnot. You know what I mean? That's another part of it right here. This next one is also on another track off my my project called New Genesis. That's why I'm called the Life Giving MC. I'm constantly kicking a living knowledge to help people think bigger, outthink their circumstances. You know what I mean? And I do my own beats, by the way. Yeah. Yeah. This life we live in, we got to do better. Take the time to get ourselves together. Sever from the negative. Put more power in our perspective. Addressing from within our intentions. Question your comfort. Often best just to observe the things that you run to. When you run from what makes you unnerved and undone. And the things you give your time to when you're not being mindful. What you conquer is what defines you. Either a master or a slave to a habit that confines you. Most unaware of the lines we drew. Thinking that we can't get past this point and don't even try to. But it's time to rise higher. You know what I'm saying? It's time to reach farther. Yeah. Fully immersed in my studies, can't take that from me, those suckers have tried. But I remain bona fide in my craft. Fills the skies when I rap, energizing with the rises my path. Hip hop heads holler back when I'm in the building. Putting down for my community is what it truly means to make moves to me. You find me with the mic in my hand, usually building in the cipher, adding on so we all are strong. Vagabond with rhythm, frequencies I hit them, releasing higher energies with massive precision. Focus notions, open your dome, provoke it to roam the unknown. Where most of it go, and so I flow inward. Diligence to find myself and how to grow bigger. Digging my roots to show and prove that I'm a go-giver. Not a go-getter, I'm a trendsetter for generosity. Zakat on my deen, living my life free. You see, that's the culture. No more going backwards. It's time to fast forward our thinking. Quick moving down to the modern times. Let the builders be on their grind. 1, 2. And I'm taking visual cues from my man Mo. Seeing when it's time to go. But if not, then on I flow to the next episode. So how y'all feeling out there? Everyone enjoying it? I can't see everyone who's like watching, not in the chat, not in this group, but
Hey!
I pray you're all, you know what I mean, doing well. I pray I gave y'all something that helped you through whatever you're going through right now, because you are so important. I'm not saying that there's no cliche. You are so spectacularly important because God answers prayers through the womb of a woman. So when something's going wrong in the world, guess what? Here comes a new person born to address this issue. And that's what purpose is. You know what I'm saying? That's what that higher purpose is. We all have a great and powerful purpose because we are all the answer to a prayer that our ancestors have been singing and praying for the last 452 years in this country. You know what I mean? So it's not like it was just me. Like, no. It's not just you. It's just you. You gotta put some scope and range on that, because the less you see yourself in this light, the less of that power you're gonna be able to activate, because that power is coming to and through you all the time. But through our stagnated thoughts, we don't do anything with it. We keep ourselves kind of down with it. You know what I mean? And I love teaching the science of thought. It's one of my favorite things. It's one of my favorite things. And that's something that's really necessary today. Because like I said, there ain't nothing that you can't come out of. Trauma heals. I don't care how bad the trauma is, trauma heals. You can walk right up to where something terrible happened and you be straight. Trauma heals 100% of the way. All right, so I'm gonna have some fun with this next one.
Hey, can you give me? I'm sorry. Can you give me 1 second, blessings?
Oh yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We're having a problem with Artie Rock. Artie, can you hear me? You're on mute, Artie. I apologize. I just want to make sure you was able to get on. You go ahead, blessings. Thank you.
It's all good, family. We all here backing each other up. You know what I mean? See if I can pull this one up real quick. I actually won the competition to open up for Big Daddy Kane, of which I was gonna have DJ Soulfighter right there be my DJ. The show was closed due to COVID, but I still made a dope verse to Raw as a shout out to BDK himself.
No doubt, bro.
Yeah. Yo. Here I am. R-A-W, kicking the rhymes, but y'all ain't ready to get hit with these from Death Techniques. Sweat it all, I said it all, so watch a brother speak. I get deeper than most are used to. Flow is the foolproof spoken jewels to show the true you who catches the vibe from blessings divine. The lessons of rhyme I provide, climb you to another high. Level your mind up, Asiatic conduct, follow the fine left to watch your spirit rise up. Time's up, you can't tell me from the rest. I spit life, multimedia rap is spit death. Best prepared, cause blessed is said, no stress, no fear as I tear through thoughts and ideas. I'm in the booth to spit the truth and teach the youth never through, cause I'm sicker than the flu. I take the crowds that y'all can't handle, spit live rounds and savages get dismantled. The civilized is symbolized by cream rise, and the best part, my every thought likes the dark shine and let it roll, get bold. I just can't hold back or fold, cause I'm the maker, owner, soul controller when holding the microphone, leave on all, cause I get raw.
I'm coming.
Shout out to BDK. Yo, that's a big part of when I knew I went from being a B-boy to an MC. Cause you know, that joint set it off. Let it roll, get bold. I just can't hold back and focus. I'm a man with soul and control the effects of what the heck rock discotheque. That used to be one of my favorite battle songs. Like that joint came on, I used to be top rocking, looking for someone to battle. Now I think about how lyrical can I be to it. That's how I knew I went from being the B-boy to the MC. That was part of my process. All right, here's a real fun one. Check this out right here. See, it's cool because I could just be here with no plans and I could just talk and do my thing and y'all could enjoy it. Be enjoying each other. Shout out to Black Star. Yeah. Yo. What is bond? I got my wife. I couldn't be happier. Got the same mission in life. Freeing the captives, the mental slaves. Living like cattle, lead them to pastures. Weaponize my shepherd staff because these wolves are coming after them. Ready for battle. Shouting up, you mighty Lazarus. Spitting the holy water. Resurrect the mental faculties. Where life, the ancient of days. Presented with a painted face. No wonder why we lost in the days. Color means it was changed. We wasn't. We are original. All of the color was extracted from our genome code. After the image and likeness of God in the physical. But rather in the spiritual. That travels through our ghetto homes. Think about it. Why is peace always absent? And the birth was declining, the speeds marked this unprecedented. It's no accident that we lead in diseases and have to bury bias poured out for black men deceased. It's clear that they want our people living in fear. The chemical reaction to thought help us quicker disappear under attack by an enemy who has the right to bear arms at black children, life in despair. Hands in the air, don't shoot bullets and slugs, vaccines, needles and drugs. Looked upon strange when you just trying to show love. I get it. Only safe when you act in the thug. The poison listen what the food is planted. Hunter grow your own without landers. The act of a bandit for wise words were reprimanded. Separation, the fear of a black planet. The public enemy and the thug guzzling Hennessy. But government agencies snuffing dreams from our young black seeds. Those in Israel think they are the children, but that legacy like the land they on is stolen. Listen to what I spit, don't react with emotion. Demonstrations of hatred prove that you lacking components. 1, 2.
Thank you so much, thank you so much, Blessings. So our featured artist is having difficulties. Hey, what's up, Artie? Yo, people can hear you, man.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
So you want me to call back? I can't see shit.
Nah, I don't know what's going on. You were muted when you called in. That's why you couldn't hear anything. When you call in, you can't see anything. People can only hear you. So, I mean, we can do it another time if you want.
Yeah, I need to see this shit, man. You know, I'm trying to get it. I appreciate you, bro, but
Can you give a shout out real quick?
back to that number again.
Nah, just speak. People can hear. Y'all can hear him, right? Can y'all hear him?
Yes, we can hear him.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Oh, that man, don't be leaving me out there like that. Hey.
I told you people can hear. I told you people can hear you.
Here's the deal, baby. I'm just saying, man, keep supporting what you're doing, okay? With the poetry thing, the comedy, and the Black History thing. My thing is, man, Black people, we powerful. We unite and do our thing together, man. Start buying. I'm gonna say, start buying black. You know what I'm saying? Spend your money as much as you can in black neighborhoods, so we keep the dollars in our neighborhood, man. If you get opportunity, man, bank black. You know what I mean? Because here's one thing we do know after watching that insurgent situation, we know how this stuff really go down. Okay? And I appreciate you, Mo, so far because you always down for a cause, bro. And you're always bringing it to the people, man. Continue doing what you're doing, man. 413 is always strong.
Thank
Word
you.
is.
Thank
Word
you.
is.
Blessings.
Thank you so much, Artie. Thank you for making yourself available. We definitely gonna do something again. You know what I'm saying? Stay strong, stay safe.
I'm an older guy. I'm sorry I couldn't get the technology situation. Just a regular old let's call type person, but next time, man, we'll prep that. I get it together for you, man. But I appreciate what you're doing, man. Keep doing what you're doing, man. And black people, man, stay strong. Black history is not just once a month. Black history is every day, man. Teach it to your kids and to your friends and everybody.
Word is, word is. Thank you, Artie. Much love.
Much love, man. 413.
Thank you. Have a good night. Thank you.
So y'all, I apologize. I know, listen, I know y'all would have loved Artie. But one thing I want y'all to walk away with, and I really need you guys to understand this, is that Poetic Recovery has connections. You feel me? Like we are connected. And that's important because sometimes, people join networks and associations and stuff, and they want to go somewhere, and then they feel like they're not getting anywhere. That's not the case with Poetic Recovery. Now, I'll admit the funding's not there, which is why I'm asking you all to click that link or send it to somebody to get a t-shirt.
Nice. Where is
www.bonfire.com/poetic-recovery. It's right in the, it's right in the link in the chat. Send it to somebody, send it to many people as possible. Now, maybe y'all don't like the t-shirt. Buy it anyways. You can use it to scrub your floor, clean your toilets, whatever you want. It's all good. But at least you bought the t-shirt. Or you can frame it and you can hang it up in your wall, right? Now, next week, I'm going to be putting out a Black History t-shirt that I'm going to work on selling year-round and encourage people to celebrate Black History year-round.
365 days of the year.
Exactly. But every February, we're going to celebrate Black history, and here's why. They say if you don't know your history, you're doomed to repeat it. We need to honor Carter G. Woodson. When we decide to erase Carter G. Woodson only because Black history is celebrated in the shortest history of the month, we're asking people to erase our ancestors. And that should never happen. We should never erase any part of our story where people stood up. And especially, he went to Harvard. Now, we know so many people who go to these great schools, they get their education, and they just keep moving on. They don't remember anything. They don't educate us or anything. But this brother had a vision and knew that if he educated his people about who they were and where they came from, and they can pass on that education, and we become stronger people, and he was right. So we cannot allow people, because they're not educated enough, they don't know this part of the story, because they're ignorant of it, to erase this. We have to make them knowledgeable and let them understand why Black history was celebrated in February. Only because it's because two great people who supported the emancipation, meaning the freeing of our ancestors from slavery, was born in February. That is an amazing honor. We want the world to know that when you do great things for us, you will be honored and remembered. And with that, I want to thank you all for coming here tonight and celebrating Black history with me again, with the world, with our brothers and sisters in Tanzania. Next year, it won't just be Tanzania. It's going to be Tanzania. It's going to be Senegal. It's going to be Nigeria. And it's growing. And so again, I want to say thank you. I want to ask you all to be safe. Public service announcement, double up on the masks. Now, I understand some people ain't scared of COVID. Some people eat a great diet, so on and so forth. But there's been people that's been in great health dying from COVID. Now, people may say, well, it's only 1% or this or that, right? But if you get COVID and you're carrying, you're passing it to somebody else. We have to remember that our community don't get the greatest health care. And so please, wherever you go, wear your mask. If you're around other people, to help preserve our community. We say Black Lives Matter. Well, if we truly believe that Black Lives Matter, then we will respect those in our community. We will help them be healthier by simply wearing a mask. I want to thank you all so much. I can't express my gratitude enough for helping me make this a successful and wonderful International Black History celebration. Can you give everybody a hand? Unmute your mics. Unmute your mics and make some noise.
Yes. Awesome.
Appreciate everybody.
Beautiful.
Get it. You say Black.
Praise be to
You
Allah.
say history. Black.
History.
Yes.
Black.
History.
I say Black. You say history. Black.
History.
Black.
History. History.
All right. Thank y'all very much.
Can I say something
See
real quick?
y'all later.
No. One more thing, guys. When I say Black, you say Maurice. When I say Black, you say Maurice. Black. Maurice. Black.
Maurice.
Black.
Maurice.
Black excellence, Maurice.
Maurice.
Yeah.
Thank you, Whitney. Thank you, Dominica. Thank you, Ayanna Crawford. Thank you, Liz Filomeno. Thank you, Blessings Divine. Thank you, Joanne. Thank you, Stephen Stick Josie. Thank you, Whitney. Thank you, Sean. Sean, you got something to say?
I'm glad to be a part of this experience. I'm hoping that we can expand this into the the Philly chapter, like we talked about, and we can get this moving. Because this is a positive platform. And I believe in it.
That's
Yeah,
peace right there.
we're moving Poetic Recovery to be around the country, nationwide.
Oh, okay. All right.
So
Shout out to Paulina.
All right.
that's my niece. But thank you.
Nice to
you
meet
so
you,
much.
Sean, by the way. Steven
Oh,
Six
nice to meet
Josie,
you.
nice to meet you too. Very impressive. Ayana is always lovely to see you, of course. Look at you.
Yes, Philomena, it's so good to see you.
French Leave.
Love
sang the
you.
Black National Anthem. Y'all
Yeah,
make
she
some
killed
noise
it.
for French Leave. Come on, yo.
Yeah, she killed that.
Come on.
Yeah.
Make some noise for Stephen Stick Josie.
That's
Yeah.
Make
right.
some noise for Nicole Coakley. Make some
Yes.
noise for Ayanna Crawford.
Yes.
Noise for Blessings Divine.
Yeah.
Senator Davis, make noise.
Yeah.
Now
Yes.
give me 1 second, y'all. I got something to tell y'all, and I want y'all to listen to this.
And Colina.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on. one time in band camp, no, for real though. One time I met this young lady, her name was Whitney. Rainwater. And I said to her, I want you to write me a note and I want you to tell me about yourself. And this is what she said.
No.
When people ask what I do, I reply, I'm a model, believe it or not. I live my life being myself and inspiring others to live their truth, to seek to be themselves unapologetically. I'm a model so that other women see the true beauty in themselves and encourage to lift their voices and stand tall. I've danced many different styles and and my love for music continued throughout my life. Having a family in Texas and starting a new single life in Washington only furthered my love for art. I paint, write poetry, and love photography. I express myself through modeling and find art in every aspect of life and its endless possibilities. I found my voice in art and being creative. In doing so, I found my roots, my history, myself. I fell in love with my beautiful melanin-drenched skin within this world. I saw and witnessed what it's like to live in sun-kissed skin. I saw how we are treated, unequal. I knew through my art, my voice would be heard because I refuse to let my future generations be abused because of the color of their skin. I use my platform to speak on injustice of all my people. I'm a model so that other women see the true beauty in themselves and continue to fight. Y'all make some noise for Whitney Rainwater. Make some
Yo,
noise.
Whitney.
Thank
Make
you.
some noise for Queen.
Beautiful.
Make some noise for Queen Lewis.
Yes.
Davis. Make some noise. I want to thank everyone from coming, for making this an incredible an event. Blessings divine. Make some noise for Liz, the emissary Filomeno. Make some noise. Come on, y'all. Put your hands together. Make noise. Make some noise for Judy Owen Holmes. Absolutely. I want y'all to make some noise for our sponsors, Pupiano, Guitars. Make some noise. They've been sponsoring us almost every year. Come on, y'all. Make some noise. Put your hands together. Make some noise. Come on. I want y'all to make some noise for Go Bang Magazine, who sponsored us. Make some noise.
All right
Make some
now.
noise for Uber Magazine. Make some noise. Ubo Magazine. Make some noise. You got to go online and look it up. They're a great magazine. Make some noise for Spotlight Entertainment, BBN. And last but not least, well, actually not last, make some noise for Bafima. They're a poetry organization, Tanzania. They sponsored last night. Make some noise for Hip Hop Congress, one of the largest hip hop networks in the world, who also support Poetic Recovery. And I want y'all, last but not least, make some noise for Poetic Recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for helping celebrate Black History again in 2021. Hey, for the last 4 years, they thought they were going to silence us. They thought we was going to go away. But hell no, we standing stronger than ever. Celebrate Black History today, yesterday, and tomorrow. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good night and be a blessing. Peace.
Good night, everyone.
Peace, y'all.
Good night.
Happy Slave's Day.
Good night.
Have a good night. Be safe and enjoy your weekend.
Joanna, Whitney, Sean, Steven.
Blessings,
Good night.
everybody.
Love y'all.
Peace.
Love and light. Wishing everybody safety and enjoyable weekend.
Right. Peace.
Yeah, it's Friday. Night.
Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, this year's 2021. In our lifetime, for the last 4 years, we have been told to go back to Africa. People have stormed government buildings across the country, refusing to say Black Lives Matters, refusing to believe that Black people should be treated with respect by the police, and that the outcome should be the same as the outcome from a Black man, should be the same outcome. The outcome for a Black man, mother, and child should be the same outcome as a white man, white mother, and white child. The odds for survival shouldn't be less than a Black man simply because we're Black when the police come up on the scene. We should not be harassed by Karens. But even still, we stand up time and time again. Tonight, you got to witness Black excellence. Black history is not only supported here, but all over the country and all over the world. Some of us have come to believe that we're not loved by our African brothers and sisters, but last night you got the chance to show that that is not true, that we are loved. And tonight, you got a chance to see the different cultures and different skin tones of Blackness. We're called Black not because of the color of our skin, but because of our fight. Research the Black Power movement. Years ago, our ancestors, our elders, took the word Black because white people, white adults were calling our Black children, you nasty, blackity black, etc., etc. Our elders chose to take the term and make it positive. And in that, part of the definition of being Black was being rebellious against the system that systematically oppressed our people. So when you go and you think who's Black, you look, are they fighting for the people? Even if they have a political position, are they standing up for justice? We're not asking for any passes. Someone commits a crime, oh, pass, pass. Nah, justice. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for tuning in. I'm asking you to stand up for what's right. No matter what the person looks like, if they're being bullied, if they're being oppressed, love them, help them, be there. Be a brother or sister, be a neighborly human being, and be kind. Help create change. When people say that being involved in politics doesn't matter, people like Ayanna Crawford, who's running for school committee, people like Zeta Govan, who's running for city council, people like Senator Adam Gomez Sr., who has been on city council in Springfield, Massachusetts, but is also a state senator in Hampden County in Massachusetts. Again, Ayanna Crawford, who's running for office in Springfield, and Zeta Govan. It's proof that when we stand up and vote, change does happen. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to celebrate Black history, not just remembering slavery, but all the great things and achievements that we have accomplished. And I want to say thank you again. Peace, be well. And I want to wish into you like the 4 pillars of hip hop: peace, love, unity, and have fun. Peace.